Hello everyone and welcome back to the second and final day of the EPFA Four Nations 2023 here in Munich, Germany. Today we'll see the conclusion of the group stage, followed by a third place playoff, and then at 3:45 Central European Summertime we have the EPFA Four Nations final, scheduled for a 10 o'clock kickoff here this morning. What promises to be an action-packed game between both Italy and Germany. For all of those watching across our stream currently, you will see that they are at a deadlock with regards to points. Germany with a far superior goal difference, putting them top of the standings. Just for context, the teams that finish the group stage in positions 1 and 2 will automatically progress to this afternoon's final. And as you can probably assume, third and fourth will play a singular third place playoff to determine the final positions of third and fourth. Once again, joined on commentary by European champion Greg Baxter. How are you?
Danke, Ryan. Ja, welcome, bienvenuti, welcome, EPFA Four Nations, day 2. We're practicing
why did you give up at the end?
What, day 2?
Yeah.
Well, EPFA Four Nations got to translate.
It's far better than anything that I've managed to say across the tournament thus far. But we'll go through the events of yesterday prior to things kicking off. They're just lining up to our right, so you'll probably see them enter your screens now. Let's clear the graphics as our officials lead the teams of Italy and Germany onto the court.
And obviously, both sides are lining up. See there, Italy to the left, Germany to the right. Pose for the official photographs. Obviously, the events of yesterday mean this is a very important fixture, right?
Incredibly significant. So the opening game yesterday saw Germany take on Austria, arguably the game of the tournament so far. Germany taking an early 2-0 lead, 2 goals from EPFA Can Onanmis. Austria adapted, changed at the half-time break, and were far the better side in the second, finding the equaliser late on. They could have gone on to win it, but they had to share a point apiece. That was followed by Italy and Switzerland's first game of the day. Italy starting the competition in an emphatic fashion, beating Switzerland by 6-0. Game 3 saw Germany secure their first 3 points and win of the tournament 13-0. Myself and Greg very much impressed with some of the attacking play of the German outfit, the hosts here this weekend. And our final game of the day saw Austria draw 0-0 with Italy. Another fantastic game. We spoke about it yesterday, that score doesn't necessarily reflect how exciting and intriguing that matchup was. A late red card for Austria's key player and captain Jakob Schriefel could play a significant factor in how things unfold here today. But if we can get the table up prior to things kicking off, you can see how close it is. So I think we've determined that if either of these sides manages to get the win, it would help Austria. It's out of Austria's hands. Should this end in a draw, Austria would need to win by 7+ goals to kind of secure second spot. But we're here for the action.
I think what you'd say is, first and foremost, a win for either side books their place in the final. That's
Absolutely.
That's the thing they're most concerned
Absolutely.
about.
You can see on your screens at the moment, both are on 4 points. We assumed that goal difference would play a considerable factor, and Germany, having scored 15 goals across yesterday, 13 in that game against Switzerland alone, have put them very much in the driving seat. Arguable favourites for this competition. All I will say, Greg, is whoever finishes in the top 2, it promises to be a great final. You can probably hear the passion of the Italian outfit to our left. They have an array of musical instruments at their disposal. It's brilliant.
I love this so
hopefully
much.
as the competition consolidates and we enter the third place playoff, as well as the final, we'll have the national anthem, so another chance to really hear the passion of the teams in front of us.
Obviously, a draw would be good enough for Germany to make the final as well, if that came to that. So the onus, without having to rely on an Austria mistake or slip up for Italy, is to win.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll go through the squads quickly before we confirm the lineups and get commentary underway for this first game of the day. So number 1 for Italy is Luca Macuri. Number 2, Donatella Soriano. Number 7, impressive throughout yesterday's games, Gabriele Mindru. Number 8, Gabriele Zoggia. Number 10, Marco Ferrazza, the captain. Arguable standout across the Azzurri. Number 18, Irene Infantino. Be sure to keep an eye on her set pieces. Very effective technique that she's adopted, which created many chances in Italy's games yesterday. Number 20 is Martina Latina. And finally, number 22 is Simone Ranzato. Their coach is Lorenzo Vandelli. Just go through the exact confirmed lineup. Gabriele Mindru, Marco Ferrazza, Irene Infantino and Simone Ranzato, the starting 4. Greg, you're up.
For Germany this morning, I'll run through the starting lineup and then those players who are on the bench. So in goal, number 13, Romy Pochka. On the wings, we have 55, Daniel Olek. And 10, Acacio Cossa. And in the middle, captain and number 8, Marco Roman. On the bench for Germany, 7, Felicitas Fischer. 9, Efekan Ananmis. 12, Ludwig Leinweber. And 14, Johannes Koch. Their coaches, Nuri Ananmis, assisted by Kay Roman. I had to begin shouting halfway through that lineup.
Yeah. Straight from the get-go, Italian support, absolutely fantastic. Here's that Irene Infantino set piece. Dead ball we were speaking about, the full rotation. She's going to drive it towards the box, back into Marco Roman's chair. Ferrazza guides it over to Ranzato, attempts an effort at goal. Not before our referee, Nordin Subovic, awarded a 2-on-1 in favour of Germany. The condensed attack of Italy left our Austrian referee no choice.
I think that's harsh, in my opinion. Of course, I always say the referee's always right, but I think if I was a player in that 2-on-1, I'm feeling very hard done by. Immediately, the Italians setting the pace. They want to play in that front foot. They know that if they want to confirm their place in the final, they need to win this fixture.
Yep. Completely. I think contact off the ball between Ranzato and Daniel Olek. Just getting a little ticking off from our referee, Nordin Subovic, asserting his authority on the game early on. It's good to see. Obviously, Nordin Subovic awarded that red card to Jakub Schriefel yesterday, so he takes no nonsense.
Just reminding them they're only 90 seconds in. Doesn't want to... Oh, hello. The chair overhanging, or is it just Romy Pochka's chair overhanging, or is it a
I
strap?
think they're just getting an adjustment made to ensure she's fit and safe to play. Once again, we apologise if the glare and the reflection from the top right-hand corner of our venue is causing some visual issues.
We can't control Mother Nature.
No, the sunny city of Munich is better than it being cloudy and or rainy. So hopefully the ball isn't lost too much when it enters that Italian box. Daniel Olek, very impressive in their, certainly again in their win against Switzerland yesterday. Only played one half, having fouled a speed test prior to kickoff. Another 2-on-1 awarded to Germany. Very deep and advanced. Very credible opportunity for the hosts to attempt an effort at goal. It looks like Marco Rollman is going to ready himself to take. A Cassio Cotta well positioned between Marco Ferrazza and Gabriele Mindru on the goal line. Daniel Olek closely marked by Simone Ranzato. Ranzato just drops off.
I don't understand what the Germans, why they haven't reacted to the Italians moving here. I don't know what they're trying to achieve.
We'll see. It's going to go to Olek. Back to Rollman on the edge. Ranzato limited the space, and Olek being drawn into the centre, and the space occupied by his captain, Marco Rollman, left our referee no choice but to award another 2-on-1. 3 in the first 4 minutes. It's going to be one of those games. I think they're very closely matched, certainly on paper. So,
having said I didn't like what they were trying to do, and that's a very nice little flick.
Ranzato attempts an effort at goal, cleared by Romy Puchk.
I can confirm, I had questioned whether the ball was as pumped up as it could be yesterday. That ball just hit me in the foot. It definitely pumped up today. Dead ball specialist.
Infantino to take, all the way over to Ranzato, but cleared well by Marco Roman. Daniel Olek now trying to transition from his defensive half to the attacking half, met by Simone Ranzato.
Can't push through the side of the chair. Yeah, there's a free kick.
Too much contact there from Daniel Olek. Beethoven playing in the background.
You don't miss a trick with that, Beethoven. You love Beethoven.
I do like Beethoven. So, Marco Ferrazza to take here. Simone Ranzato down the line, which Acacio Costa is just limited. But Ranzato does take possession, tries to guide it goal bound.
That's a very harsh 2-on-1. There's been a few of those. That was very harsh.
So Infantino, the Italian number 18 to take, seems to be given the responsibility of all dead balls and set balls.
You could throw a blanket over these 4 German defenders. They are so boxed up.
So Infantino to take. Ranzato probably the most credible option on the right-hand side of the box. She tries to fire it into the German box. Cleared by the defence. Another 2-on-1. I think our referee's getting a little bit frustrated, as you can see through his his mannerisms and gestures. He wants this play to just open up a little bit more.
Needed more pace on the ball back from Daniel Olek. The fact that the ball didn't have that pace meant Marco Roman had to come in, get closer, and that then made them give away that 2-on-1.
Interesting, they've now changed. With it being on this right-hand side, they're opting to use Marco Ferrazza to take. Simone Ranzato on the German goal line. A second attempt at goal goes wide of the right post.
It's a waste of a good opportunity, that. Poor free kick.
Yeah.
Straight at the goalkeeper.
You can see the live table on your screens, currently joint on points. So a draw here would mean Austria would have to win by 7 clear goals in their game against Switzerland later on this morning.
Lack of communication again between Marco Roman and Daniel Oleg. Just not quite on the same wavelength so far this morning. Advantage played with 2-on-1. Battling away now, Infantino and Roman.
We apologise if you've lost the scoreboard bug, or if there's any technical difficulties. We've had just under 8 minutes. Italy 0, Germany 0, with Marco Roman ready himself to take.
Free kick there, just reversing in. Cannot reverse into Jeb. You can reverse down the line like that. That's very well played by Acacio Costa. Just reversing into the space down the line. Brings his side up the court. Wins a very promising position. You see Italy here opting to use the defence wall.
So Marco Roman, the far right hand side. Daniel Oleg between the chairs of Gabriele Mindru and Simone Ranzato. Acacio Costa in a world of space, but it goes and is fired straight into the chair of the Italian captain Marco Ferrazza.
To point out, at the minute, if this ball gets fired in, I am pretty certain it's a 2-on-1. If I take it now, there's a gap. The Italians are all over the shop defensively.
Are you saying because of Acacio Costa's placement that close to Daniel Oleg on that right-hand side?
No, I'm saying it's an Italian infringement. There is not 3 metres. And that's a goal. Daniel Oleg caught Marco Ferrazza, the Italian captain, sleeping at that near post. There was a gap, and he fired it in.
I just don't think he anticipated a shot. And early on in this game, or certainly in the first half of the first half, Germany take the lead. So,
and that is the first time the Italians have conceded in this tournament. So what I was saying with that 2-on-1, let me just explain myself. Simone Ranzato on the edge of the box, right on the edge of the box. Gabriele Mindru, keeper, next just inside the box. Marco Ferrazza behind him. But Marco Ferrazza needs to be on the line because there is not a 3 metre gap between Ferrazza and Ranzato. Yeah. The ball comes in there, it should be a 2-on-1.
Yeah. So contact there from Daniel Oleg. Direct free kick. It's going to be taken by Arini Infantino. Italy, no doubt, will want immediate reply. Germany have 1 foot in this afternoon's final. Now on 7 points in the standings. This result, should it finish this way, would favour Austria. All they would need is a win against Switzerland to progress to the final. But still a lot of football to be played.
I was going to say, we've still got half an hour to go. Yeah, I'll be very surprised if it finishes 1-0.
No, completely. Too much pace for Acacio Costa there on the right-hand wing.
If Italy need to make better use of these set pieces.
I think
because at the minute they're getting the power, but they're just hitting it aimlessly towards a German defence, and they're able to clear easily.
It's just assessing the positioning. Yet to really trouble or test Romy Puch in the German goal. So Marco Ferrazza into the side of Acacio Costa. I think they needed the 5 metre distance for the Italian captain to take. I think they would want the assistant referee to signify that as he marks out 5 metre stride now.
Oh, you could have got away with it there. Oh, there's something on the court. I apologise. There was something on the court. I thought he was trying to stop the 5 metres.
Fantastic support from both sides of our pitch. Germans to our right, Italians to our left.
We're using empty cups and chairs. Very creative.
Anything that can be an improvised musical instrument. Ferrazza, good pass into Ranzato. A lot of pace on that ball. Just controls it with the side of his chair. Roman now despite that 1-goal advantage for the hosts, Marco Roman yet to really stamp his authority on this game as he did in Germany's 2 fixtures yesterday. Arguably one of the standouts of the tournament so far.
Can Ranzato find a gap? Got Ferraza on the edge of the box. But Marco Roman's done very well.
Really nice flick, yeah, as you said.
Still with Ranzato though. Back he comes, driving towards that goal line. You'd like to see if he could try and find a pass to his captain rather than dribble it over the line. There's so many sirens, I can't tell what's an actual fire alarm and what's a...
There is no fire alarms, it's their soundboards.
it sounds like...
It's good positioning from Ferraza there, just to give Ranzato the space. I think we had a number of 2-on-1s in the first 10 minutes of this fixture there. You've seen the players are a bit more spaced out.
Ferraza
now
sat waiting. As the atmosphere is cranked up.
As is Infantino.
Marco Roman wins that arduous battle. Drives away, leaves with Daniel Oleg. Great front bumper back. Those passes just a little bit sloppy, not accurate. Goes out for an Italian kick in. That's a hole. Well
intercepted by Daniel Oleg. Gabriel Mindru now just guide to the right of Daniel Oleg, met by Marco Roman. 2-on-1 in favour of the Italians.
I believe that was for a previous, I think he played advantage and called it back again. I thought that was pretty...
This is a deep set piece for Infantino to take. She tends to take responsibility of them when they're deeper. So you can see all the Italian options are well marked. I'd like to see Ferraza taking this with the option of the 2 wingers and then to try and follow the attack and spearhead that attack for the Italians. But
Ferraza there was just sat behind Marco Roman. He had all the space was on this left-hand wing.
They have the technique, they generate the power and the accuracy on the set pieces, but if the positioning isn't there to complement it, it would tend to result in Germans taking possession of the ball. So maybe something for the coaches of Lorenzo Vandelli and Carlo Impera to discuss at the half-time break. We've got just under 5 minutes remaining, plus any additional time that Nordin Subovic has accrued across this first half of the day.
Ranzato on the edge of the box for Ferraza. Again, trying to just dribble it through. Like to see, because now look,
on the edge
to Ranzato.
2-on-1.
Far too close. Needs to back away.
There's no question about that one. They seem to be appealing it slightly, but correct decision from our central referee. Just for reference, this game will be followed by an 11:40 kickoff between Austria and Switzerland.
Romy Potts got away with one there. Passed it straight to the Italian, Ranzato on the edge of the box.
Yeah, that's something that the Italians will want to capitalise on. That Germans haven't been too effective in clearing their lines or getting the ball up the field of play at their goal kicks. Let's bring our executive producer Alex Dowding in to provide his feedback and thoughts on this first 16 or so minutes.
It's been a close game.
This is...
I think
sorry, Alex.
I think this is where the crucial battle is between the 2 centre players of the respective teams. But I also think the Italians feel like there's a weakness how the Germans set up defensively at set pieces and offensively at set pieces as well. So when it's a German set piece, such as a goal kick or free kick in their half, it feels like the Italians think they can get an intercept, get a pick off. Again, they're placing a player down in the wing, ready to receive that ball. And I think they can read Romy Potts's kicks. They're looking to push that ball into that corner to set play up. They've tried 3 times now, haven't quite managed it. But it's still a concern for me for the Germans.
Yeah, for sure. So we're just going to get Kai Roman, the assistant coach of the German national side, just adjusting something with Marco Roman's chair. Some pressure there from Italy, spearheaded by Simone Ranzato. They couldn't find a way past the German duo in Roman and Puch.
It did rattle around. There was a couple of nervy moments, as you heard me interrupt Alex.
Yeah, so it's a close game. Italy putting on pressure. We've got 2 minutes plus probably a minute or so added on due to that, and a few other adjustments throughout the first. Romy Puts, can Italy capitalise? That's better, straight into the side of Marco Roma, but Ferraza quickly there to pounce. Contact from Acacio Cossa. He's going to get a yellow card. Probably the right decision there. Acacio Cossa swiping into the side of the Italian. You should have confirmation of that yellow card on your screens now.
Completely had no awareness. The Italian defender was on his inside there.
Interesting now, because I think Italy was so effective yesterday in their game against Austria. Once Jakob Schriefler got the yellow card, in putting him in positions that potentially led to a red card infringement. So keep an eye on Acacio Cossa throughout this game, because a real chance for Italy to have a player advantage.
I'm baffled by this Italian setup from free kicks.
It's something they're not capitalising on their strengths. Their clear, obvious strength is their accuracy and power at them set pieces. But as we've said, if you don't have the positioning,
that ball was never getting to Marco Ferraza on this left-hand side. No matter how hard you hit it, Daniel Olek had all the time in the world to read it. And Ranzato's not an option because he's being marked by Pochkin Roman. So they need to get more creative. Use their intuition. Try and find those gaps where there's a pocket. As Ferraza flicked that to where he thought Irene Infantino was. She cleared right up the court. As now Germany have a kick in as we enter additional time in this first half.
Roman 2-on-1 in favour of Italy. Obviously our Austrian referee very
hot in his 2-on-1s this morning.
Very
but I do Germany are allowing him to give him the opportunity to get those 2-on-1s. That ball back from Acacio Costa needs to have pace on it. Because it means Roma doesn't have to come as close. We bigged this game up beforehand. Rightly so, because both sides played some lovely football yesterday. It's not quite coming to fruition so far, I don't think. The quality's not quite there this morning.
Roman and Ranzato battling away in the centre of the court. Roman just going to let that roll out of play. Too much pace for Ranzato to keep it in. We've had a minute over the regulation 20. Surely seconds remaining as our referee has his whistle ready in his mouth. Late chance for Daniel Olek, met by Gabriel Mindru. Interesting to see what our official on the left-hand side has awarded. 3 in the box. Late chance here for our hosts to double their lead.
Ranzato cannot quite believe it. Linesman Caroline Bean was looking straight down the line. Correct decision. What will Germany think to use this?
Yeah. Ranzato very close to the set piece taker. Marco Roman has to drop off. I'm not quite sure.
He's just trying to get closer instead.
What his tactic is here.
I'm not sure what the German tactic is here either.
So Roman to take. He has Olek to his left. Acacio Costa to the right. He fired into Ferraza, and an assured clearance from the Italian captain Marco Ferraza guides it out of play for our last involvement of this first half. Italy 0, Germany 1, single Daniel Olek goal. The difference between the sides. Interesting opening game of day 2. I think nerves are playing a factor.
Definitely.
As you said, Greg, they're not necessarily playing the same as they was yesterday. They were a bit more free-flowing and brave in their attacks and positional play as well. So interesting to see if they utilise any of the substitutes on their bench. Both have a full complement of 8 players at their disposal.
I just think, even if the nerves are taken apart in the way they're playing, the ball contact's not there. The ball contact from the wingers, those front bumpers back into the middle men, there's no pace on it, so it invites the 2-on-1. The ball contact, the passing game, the first thing you've got to have that is the accuracy and the ball contact, the ball striking. So we need to see if that can improve in that second half, to see if Italy need to go for broke now, really.
Worth noting that Germany yet to utilise FA Can Onanmis, our current top goal scorer. I think he's matched now with Daniel Olek, both on 5 goals. So they have a potent goal scorer at their disposal should they wish to use him. Options on the bench. Italy have Luca Mercuri, Donatella Suriano. They have Gabriele Zoggia and Martina Latina.
It's the Italians who need to find that potent goal scorer in the second half. They know that with Austria playing Switzerland straight afterwards, a loss here really does put them in danger of not making that final.
This is arguably the most significant game of the tournament so far.
I just think we need improvements in ball contact and decision making, especially, but I'd say both sides from set pieces. Italians more than the Germans. Obviously, Daniel Olek was smart to catch out Fraser at that near post. That table you're seeing at the minute isn't quite accurate. Italians need to. They've got Infantino, who has the power with that 180 spin in her chair, but they're setting up behind players who are marked, and it's not really allowing them to get that passing game going. Now, Joe saw there with the free kick the Germans had right at the end, trying to pass it to Akashi Kosso, who's sat on the far post with Faraza right next to him. It's very easy for the defence to clear. So just need some more tactical nous and a bit more switched on. Try something different, because what they're doing at the minute isn't working.
As Greg just mentioned, please disregard the table. Germany currently top with that 1-0 advantage and lead they have in this game. So join myself and Greg shortly for the second half. Hello everyone, welcome back to this soon-to-be second half in this fixture between Germany and Italy. You can see the live standings of the EPFA 4 Nations 2023 on your screens. Germany with 1 foot in the final. If it finishes as it currently stands, they will finish on 7 points and can't be caught by any of the other 3 competing nations. Italy desperately trying to find a way back in.
The referee blows his whistle, get this second half underway, and immediately both sets of fans getting behind their nation as they have done all weekend so far.
Yeah.
The Italian kicking on that far side. Good little 1-2 between Fraser and Ranzato. Straight at Marco Roman. Infantino trying to battle away. Again, a bit of lack of communication there between the Italian coach. Furious.
It's just fantastic passion. We love to see it. So both these sides unchanged from that. They finished the first half. Italy, Gabriel Mindru in goal, Fraser in the centre, Ranzato and Infantino, the wingers. Germany have Romy Puch in goal, Marco Roman in the centre, Cassio Cossa and Daniel Olek, their wingers. We spoke about the options that both sides have on the bench. Germany, particularly worth mentioning the goal scorers from yesterday, Ludwig Leinweber and FA Can Onanmis, current joint top goal scorer, as Roman guides it down to Olek on the wing. Back to Olek. Another 2-on-1, reoccurring theme throughout this game. Both Germany and Italy struggling to provide the necessary space needed for play to continue and flow within the necessary regulations and laws of power chair football. So Irene Infantino will come and take this set ball on the far right hand side. Again, there's no real options for her to aim at. Fraser well marked on the right hand side, and Ranzato closely marked by Cassio Cossa. It comes off the front of Romy Puch's chair, out for a kick in, and a good chance for just making their way up the field of play. 2 minutes into this second half, they're immediately looking for that equaliser. Ranzato into the back post, met by Marco Roman, just trapped between himself and Romy Puch. Fraser's going to advance onto that ball, continue the Azzurri pressure. Better play from Italy. Fraser now trying to guide it into the path of Ranzato, who has to drop off to allow his captain the space. Desperately trying to avoid the 2-on-1. There is no options. I'd like to see Infantino now occupying that right-hand wing with Fraser coming over to the left.
Off the ball there.
Slight bit of contact once again between Cassio Cossa and Simone Ranzato. Fraser too aggressive in that approach. Contact foul. Nordin Sibovic has a word with Cossa and Ranzato. Worth noting, as we did in the first half, Cassio Cossa on a yellow card, and how we cited how effective Italy were at frustrating Austria yesterday, resulting in that Jakob Schreifel red card. Daniel Olek now can't quite get the connection to force Mindru into a save. I think must have been something away from my attention, but I think a contact foul has been awarded in favour of Germany. Nordin Sibovic signalling to Simone Ranzato. He was too aggressive, didn't quite hear or see the contact, but a direct free kick will resume play. It will be taken by Marco Roman. Daniel Olek to the left, Cassio Cossa, his nearest option. Lets it run to the front of his chair. Nice control initially. Back to Cossa on the right-hand wing. Flicked into the box. Crucial touch.
That's more like it.
It's getting better, much better from that of the first half. Greg and I spoke in the half-time break at how the quality on show in the opening half wasn't that, or didn't match that of the first day of the EPFA Four Nations, but we're starting to see these nations grow into the game as I struggle to hear myself think with the pure passion of the supporters to our right and left.
Both sides playing the passes now, getting that expansive game going. Great pass from Faraz down to Infantino. Just a little bit of a lack of communication between Ranzato and Infantino.
I like what Germany have started to adopt from them set pieces, firing into the front of Akacios Costa's chair, back to his captain Marco Rollman.
Need to get a bit more pace on it though.
It did, and that allowed Simone Ranzato to limit the space, but doesn't mean that approach isn't a good one to adopt.
No, 1-2's always good. This is going to be a card.
Yeah, he's had a number of warnings throughout this game, and Simone Ranzato joins Akacios Costa in being yellow carded. You should have confirmation of that on your screens now.
It's a very niggly game, lots of niggly fouls.
Great ball from Marco Ferrata to find Infantino on the left-hand wing. But little the Italian number 18 could do to force an effort or save from Romy Puch. It rolls straight out for a German goal kick. But Italy growing into this game.
The passion on that Italian bench when that ball went
Watch Marco Ferraza here, quick to pounce on that goal kick from Romy Puch. Simone Ranzato 2-on-1 surely. Ranzato and Ferraza are probably less than a metre away from one another in that instance. Most definitely the correct call from our referee.
Italy kind of adopting this 3 and then 1 forward. They're leaving Irene Infantino way up the pitch because they know they need that option on the attack. They need a goal to get back into this to mean that Austria would need to score 7 goals. Again, I apologise if it sounds like I am yelling, but to be able to hear myself, I have to with the atmosphere in this court.
You should have confirmation of the live standings currently. Germany with 1 foot in the EPFA Four Nations final. Italy need something for this game, otherwise it's out of their hands and they'd have to pray for a Switzerland win later on. Mindru dribbling out of the Italian box, met by Marco Rollman. It's good work from the Italian number 7, weaving in and out. It's unfortunate there. The right idea, I don't think any malice in it at all, but definite contact from the Italian goalkeeper. But the weaving from left to right was really effective. It just happens that a slight corner of his chair made contact with the back of Marco Rollman's.
Very unfortunate for me there, because as you say, Ryan, that weaving inside out was very effective. But any contact with the back of an opposition chair will be a free kick. Again, that free kick very easily intercepted by the Italians, as number 1 Luca Mercuri on that Italian bench lines up to come on.
It'd be interesting to see who comes off. Obviously, as he's wearing the goalkeeper jersey, you would assume Gabriele Mindru, but I'd love to see him operating in the centre. Marco Ferraza, obviously the Italians' go-to choice as being the captain, the number 10, the key individual in both defensive and attacking phases of play, but Mindru is a very effective dribbler of the ball. So, and this is what I wanted to see. I wanted to occupy a position, maybe on the wings. They've taken Ranzato off, and probably sensibly, because he was on a yellow card. And I can't wait to see what Mindru can do in a more advanced position. We've seen little snippets of his quality and his dribbling ability. Surely have to address that goalkeeper jersey, which is still visible.
Officiating team seem okay with it for now.
confirmation of that change. Luca Mercuri on Simone Ranzato, a complete change for the Italian outfit.
Ball not rolling there. I feel like that yellow card to Simone Ranzato is definitely the reason he has been brought off. Obviously, the Italians saw.
I think this is our first set ball, Greg.
I believe so. You are correct, yes.
So it looks like Mindru is going to have that central role as I wanted him to have. Marco Ferrazzo currently on the left. I don't know if they're going to switch following this passage of play. Ferrazzo can't keep that in.
I'm sorry, surely.
So they are switching over.
Surely Mindru's blue top needs moving.
Yeah, I think that needs addressing. I'm not sure why the referees haven't acknowledged that. There's no clashes, but it needs to be clear that he's an outfield player for the Italian outfit, as Daniel Olek fairly isolated in the last 5 or 10 minutes or so.
I feel like if Ranzato had not received the yellow card, it wouldn't have been him that.
This is that dribbling again. We've said is so effective from Mindru. That time didn't quite come off, but you can see just in the small instances that it's a really effective asset for the Italians. Just Roman does well to read it in that instance. Down to Olek. Germany yet to utilise any of their substitutes as Ferrazza dribbles into the German half. As you mentioned, Greg, Infantino so advanced and high for Italy on that right-hand side. Ferrazza has to be aware of his positioning.
I thought that ball had gone out right in front of us there, but Ferrazzo kept it in and Pakovic just let it go out of play.
So Marco Roman.
Carolyn now pointing out the fact that
we surely have to. He may as well have a green goalkeeper jersey on. Needs addressing, and thankfully it is now. So Roman just having a slight word with Daniel Olek in the centre while they make that adjustment.
You feel like,
and following that conversation, Olek's taken a position very high on the left-hand side. He's having a conversation with Acacio Costa now. Will they utilise that kind of tactic of firing it into the front of Costa's chair? I think Mindru's aware of that set-piece routine and closes the space. Mercuri with his first involvement since his introduction. Doesn't look like there's any movement on the German bench, so they won't be making any changes anytime soon.
I thought that was a...
Surely the last ticking off for Acacio Costa, not giving Marco Ferrazzo the 5-metre space needed for him to take this set ball. Gabriel Mindru.
If you're a German coach, why are you not taking Acacio Costa off? You're winning the game 1-0. A draw, all right, why not the best result? Guarantees you a spot in the final. Surely you don't want to run the rest of Acacio Costa getting booked now.
No.
He's getting sent off and missing that final altogether.
I completely agree. Let's bring Alex in. He's had a lot of experience with Costa. I don't think Costa's necessarily demonstrated the best of his abilities across this tournament. But I think Alex can speak more than I can. But Costa is a real asset for the German outfit.
He certainly is. I mean, he missed the last tournament, sadly, due to illness. So this is his first international experience. Potentially slightly getting the better of him at the minute, but he's a talented player. But he gets his timing right. He's got a very, very good ball strike. So I think he's been picked for the wing because they want to play that expansive football. They want to play that passing game. And I think their two strongest performers so far in terms of that passing has been Olek and Costa out on the wings. However, Anamnis is pretty prolific so far in this tournament as well.
Yeah, and I will give credit to Ludwig Leinweber as well, who was brilliant in that 13-0 win. We're going to get another substitution for Italy. Interesting the yellow-carded Simone Ranzato readies himself to come back on. I think Infantino will be the player coming off. So Ranzato reintroduced to the action. Should have confirmation of that on your screens now.
This is the change I thought they'd make when they brought Mindru out of.
And this is arguably the strongest Italian in terms of an attacking presence. Their strongest four.
It does depend. They need to get this passing going. So I feel like Germany will be okay with them locking it up in the dribble and just wasting time.
Got 5 minutes remaining. Can Italy find an answer? Number of times Ferraza is...
Again, the Italian coach furious with his side. A very sloppy 2-on-1. Which takes more precious seconds off the clock as far as Italy are concerned. They need to find a goal from somewhere.
Mindru tries to find Ferraza, blocked by Roman. Just going back and forth from the German to Italian half. Mindru with possession, flicks it over to Ferraza, down to Olek via Marco Roman. A nice powered shot. It was going all the way to Luca McCurry in the Italian goal, but a slight nick off the front of Gabriele Mindru's chair.
This is where Germany will want to keep the ball.
Let's get the live standings on just quickly.
As you see, Germany will be more than happy to keep the ball deep in this Italian half. They know unless there is quick 2 goals.
So Olek into Roma. A chance here for Italy. Mindru didn't quite have the chair positioning needed to generate the power to find Simone Ranzato high on the right hand wing. Disappointed because the space was there for them to counter. So Roman into Cossa. Now's the chance for them to break. Ranzato with a flick over to Mindru. Block, a crucial interception and block from Romy Puch.
Puch did really well to recover there. Ranzato with a great touch. He has another chance.
Over across the face of goal. Ranzato into Mindru. Back to Ferraza on the left-hand wing. Cossa's going to intercept. Can't take it away from the pass of Gabriele Mindru. 2-on-1 awarded in favour of Italy.
Very harsh.
And with 3 minutes remaining, a credible opportunity to find that equaliser. They haven't managed to do it thus far.
That jersey again of Gabriele Mindru needs pulling down. The Italians race onto the court because they know they don't have any time to waste.
No, they don't. Italy 0, Germany 1. Just over 2 minutes to play. Single Daniel Olek goal after 10 minutes, separating the sides. Ferraza to take this indirect free kick. Ranzato on the right, pick off by Ranzato into the side of Romy Puch's chair. Back to Ranzato, couldn't quite get his position in, and Marco Roman does well to clear it, not before our referee awarded a 2-on-1 in favour of the hosts.
This has been my issue this entire game. That was a 2-on-1 waiting to happen with the way the Italians decided to set up for that set piece.
Yeah.
2 players on that far right hand side. Mindru's got nowhere to go. Blocked in. It's a great opportunity there that they could have capitalised to get themselves back on the game with less than 2 minutes remaining. Now they've got to rebuild all the way from the back again.
Absolutely no movement from the German bench. You would think they would probably try and manage this game now, waste some time bringing on some substitutes, but we've got a minute and 10 seconds remaining plus any additional time. It'll be the first time a nation with more than 4 players has gone unchanged across this tournament.
Smart play by Simone Ranzato there, just parking behind Daniel Olek, who couldn't see. You mentioned substitutions again. I'd take Cossa off. 1, waste time. 2, I know he's not been really involved much in the second half, but just don't run the risk of him getting a second yellow. Because as we mentioned yesterday with Jakob Schrief, that's a great little flick from Mindru. the last bit of contact, with any contact now with Costa will be a second yellow card.
Yeah,
and that would mean they'd be out without him for the final.
It'd be significant. A chance here. Dan Ololek on the left-hand wing. Crucial touch off the front of Marco Ferraza's chair. Just takes it away from the path of that man in question, Acacio Cossa. Rollman now. Final few seconds. Cossa gets his connection, goes to Simone Ranzato. Couldn't quite get the angle on the pass. End-to-end stuff. Barring a miracle, it looks like Germany will secure the 3 points and their place in the EPFA 4 Nations final.
As we enter additional time here in Munich.
Good game management from Marco Rollman. Just wants to trap that ball, restricting Ferraza from advancing into his defensive half. You can see how brave Italy are getting now. Two very advanced players in Ranzato and Mindru as Ferraza guides it all the way into that left-hand corner. He has to drop off. Mindru, surely a 2-on-1. Advantage from our referee. Ferraza tries to flick it back to Mindru on the edge. Goes into the side of Romy Puchcher. Late drama in this tie. Italy 0, Germany 1. Italy need to find an equaliser if they want to guarantee their spot, or certainly have a better, more credible opportunity of being present in the final. Cossa off the ball there, has reversed into the side of Simone Ranzato's chair. I don't think any of the officials picked it up, with their attention drawn to the final third.
But why is Simone Ranzato down here? He needs to be forward, they need a goal.
Both of them have yellow cards. It's great play from Marco Rollman to just cut out Gabriel Mindru. We've had a minute and a half of extra time now, with Ranzato approaching the German box. Rollman cutting him off. Mindru at the left-hand post as he tries to force the way past Romy Puchk in the German goal.
Ferraza needs to settle the edge of the box.
So close to going over the line. And that is the full-time whistle. Nordin Subovic blows for full-time. Italy 0, Germany 1. We'll get confirmation of what that means for the overall standings, but
Germany book their place in this afternoon's final. Italy now have to rely on Switzerland holding Austria to a draw or less.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think all of the Italians here in Munich will be Switzerland supporters for the next hour or so. Obviously Switzerland yet to register a point and or goal in the EPFA 4 Nations 2023.
You see a lot of the faces, the Italians. They know that, barring a miracle, you'd have to say, they will be playing in that third, fourth place playoff.
It would be, I think, from what we've seen across today and all of yesterday's games, I think any of Germany, Italy and Austria would be disappointed if they weren't in the final. All of kind of staked a claim at being one of the two finalists. Let me just clear the graphics so you see the Italian trademark. Great support.
Support your team,
win, draw or loss.
Yeah, no matter what. At the end of the day, yes, we're here to win. But you're here to have fun and enjoy yourselves representing your country.
Completely. So next up in the EPFA 4 Nations, we have our final group game, which will be contested by Austria and Switzerland. That one's scheduled to kick off at 20 to 12 Central European Summer Time.
Player of the match?
Interesting question. Yeah, the German side were unchanged, so it would have to be one of the four German outfield players. I will give full credit to Romy Puch, who, when called into defensive duties, was very assured, preventing any Italy chances. Once again, really impressed by Daniel Olek and Marco Rollman, but I will give it to the number 55 and goal scorer, Daniel Olek.
Yeah, a bit of ingenuity to catch out Frage at that near post and ultimately get his side the win and books their place in the final, which also takes them level, as you can see.
Yeah, significant. It will be an incredible accolade for any of these players to be noted as top goal scorer. We will also run a team of the tournament competition at the conclusion of the EPFA Four Nations 2023. So we'll hopefully recognise and acknowledge some of the individual performance across this weekend. But thank you to all that have joined myself and Mr. Baxter. I hope you can join us for that final group game between Austria and Switzerland at 11:40. Thank you all. Hello everyone and welcome to the final group game of the EPFA Four Nations 2023. Scheduled for 11:40. Austria will take on Switzerland. Myself and Greg just had the pleasure of commentating on the game between Italy and Germany, which ended 1-0 to Germany, booking their spot in the final of this competition. Italy would need Switzerland to secure either a draw or win in this game. Let's go through the squads quickly. Start with Austria, our designated home team. Number 1, Arthur Vollmann. Number 2, Winfried Zwanziger. Number 4, Carolina Konsoji. Number 5, Moritz Ziegner. Number 6, Jakob Schriefel, who is suspended for this game, so won't be present following that red card against Italy yesterday afternoon. Number 8, Michael Kiefler. Number 10, Ilyas Jusic. Number 11, Henry Ziegner. Their coach, Leo Vasili. My good friend Greg Baxter will run through the Swiss starting team or squad.
As we mentioned yesterday, only the 4 players for this Swiss side. Number 1, Gwendal Duplas. 8, Gabriele Panico. 9, Christoph Lopez. And 14, Emmanuel Ratz. Their coaches, Giovanni Banabe, assisted by Kelly Dos Santos.
So you can see the table present on your screens, and a win for Austria would take them on to 5 points, surpassing the Italians in the table. And our final would be contested between Germany and Austria. Never say never though in power chair football. Switzerland no doubt went away following a difficult day yesterday and had their discussions, and it'll be interesting to see if they have a different approach to their final group game. A win for Switzerland would see them surpass Austria in the table, so we will see. You can see the animated Leo Vasili on your screens. Once the starting 4 are confirmed for Austria, we will bring you that information.
The equation is pretty simple. Welcome to win and you're in territory for Austria. That is the objective. And while they'll want to perhaps put in a good performance to boost their confidence ahead of a supposed final, should they win and get there, they will quite happily take a win however it comes in this fixture.
Completely. They will want to get their shooting boots on, so to speak, ahead of a potential final this afternoon. So no doubt they'll experiment and trial different players and tactics. Maybe a similar one that they would adopt hypothetically against Germany should they progress. So interesting to see, as we mentioned, without their captain Jakob Schriefel, probably arguably one of their most talented players, was very aggressive in that Italian game yesterday. 2 yellow cards from Nordin Subovic left him no choice but to be sent off. 1 match suspension, so would be back for a potential final this afternoon at 3:45 Central European summertime.
I don't think that, while Jakob Schriefel is obviously a key player for the Austrians, number 1, Arthur Vollmann did start
the first
their first game against
Germany
yesterday, while Jakob Schrieffel's chair was not eligible to play, and he proved very capable.
I'm not sure we're necessarily in a position to kind of dictate how we think teams should line up or who they should play, but I think we've seen just from the small snippets of Austria that they have a strong squad, and we've explored a number of ways we think that they can line up to best capitalise and secure the points. But
Austria.
Let's get that table up again, because I'm sure you'll agree, Greg, the 2 points that they've secured across their 2 fixtures so far do not do their performances justice.
No.
At all.
No, not that,
so
that 0-0 yesterday with Italy doesn't do it justice. They played some really nice football, and they just had to make sure, obviously with that sending off for Schriefel, that they saw out the 0-0 at the end.
Yeah, I think that they were really fortunate that the game between Germany and Italy a short while ago was actually won by either side. It was won by Germany, but a draw within that game would have meant Austria would have needed to secure a 7-goal margin, 7-goal win within this game. Pressure off within that respect, but they won't want to get complacent. They'll want to take the game to Switzerland.
They'll want to get this game underway as soon as possible. Get that, probably an early goal, just settle any nerves that there might be, and then they can build from there.
So our match officials for this game looks like Millie Bean will centre with assistant referees of Carolyn Bean and Gerrit Weiland. Just bring in the captains in Emmanuel Ratz and Ilyas Jusic to exchange commemorative shields.
And a bag of something.
Swiss chocolate. Very nice.
Can I start playing for Austria now? I want some Swiss chocolate.
So we're all ready to go in this final group game. The third place playoff scheduled for 2 o'clock, followed by a 3:45 final. That will be followed by an on-site award ceremony. So Austria have lined up, so we can go through that exact starting 4 in goal, or certainly the most defensive of their 4 players. The number 2, Winfried Zwanziger. Arthur Volman in the centre, adorning the bright yellow goalkeeper jersey, with wingers of Karolina Songai and Ilyas Jusic.
As we await referee Millie Bean's whistle to get this game underway. Just need to adjust post on the far right hand side. As the Star Wars Cantina music plays out in the court. We're not quite in a galaxy far, far away.
Millie Bean blows her whistle to kick off proceedings in the final group game of the EPFA 4 Nations 2023 between Austria and Switzerland. Austria shooting from left to right in the white kit, their goalkeeper in the bright yellow. Switzerland in red, shooting from left to right, their goalkeeper in green. Karolina Songai immediately scores within 24 seconds. Really difficult start to this game.
Christoph Lopez there on the goal line. Looked almost stuck in the mud for a minute as that ball, it's great little front bump pick off from Ilyas Jusic.
Let's
Just
get
in front of Emmanuel Ratz, the Swiss keeper. An easy finish for Karolina Songai. Just to front bumper it.
You can see what that does to the table. Austria surpass Italy into second spot. So as it stands, they will be one of the 2 teams present in the EPFA 4 Nations final, as Ilyas Jusic tests Christoph Lopez, and a really unfortunate deflection once again falls to Karolina Songai at the right-hand side of the Switzerland box. And she doubles Austria's and her own advantage within a minute and a half. This could be a long game for Switzerland. Austria 2, Switzerland 0.
What an effort that was from Ilyas Jusic. He wound that up. Just unleashed a strike that had to be saved by Christoph Lopez. And good following in by Karolina Songa. And here they go again.
Jusic
Just relentless.
into the centre. Arta Volman fired into the box. Karolina Songa finds a hat-trick within 3 minutes. Carbon copy of that of the first and second finish. And this could be an emphatic scoreline.
Is this going to be a moment of history? That's got to be the fastest
international hat-trick.
Fastest international hat-trick we've ever had.
Certainly with regards to it being at the start of a game. I don't know if throughout the game within that time span it's been done in similar, but very impressive from Karolina Songa. And I was going to question why Henry Ziegner wasn't featuring from the start. Obviously classification plays a huge considerable factor into that selection, but Karolina Songa really impressive in the opening 2.5 minutes.
And I'd like to know how many actual in-game seconds that was, because the ball didn't seem to be in play for very long.
Well, as it appears on paper, she scored in minute 1, 2 and 3. So, but obviously I think it was just over 2 minutes when she registered her third and hat-trick. Gwendal Del Plas with the kick in on the far hand side. Emmanuel Rat's very close, has to drop off slightly, otherwise surely a 2-on-1 if Karolina Songa manages to intercept, what she looks primed to do. Gerrit Weiland just ushering the winger away to give Del Plas that 5 metres needed. Again, they're very close to one another. Del Plas rooted to the spot. Songa capitalising on the advantage allowed by referee Millie Beans. She's going to want to try and get round the right-hand side of the ball. Flicks it centrally, met by Emmanuel Rat. Ilyas Jusic now. Back to Arta Volman, rotated spin kick fired towards the goal. Nearly another pick-off from Songa, the Austrian number 4. Arta Volman, good block by Del Plas. Zwanziger, first involvement of this game. To
Austria now going for 4 up. Look at this.
Volman, pick-off, great pass over to Songa, onto the edge. Ilyas Jusic with an opportunity and fired towards the goal. It actually ended up going to Songa on the left-hand wing. That would have been a fantastic team goal.
If that had gone in, that would surely been team goal of
the
tournament. That was... Look at this 4-out play from Austria.
Zwanziger very, very advanced with that pick-off. Volman lets that go to his captain. 182. Volman back to Songa. Hits the post. Volman's going to guide it over the line. Met by Christoph Lopez. 2-on-1.
You preempted that one too early.
Slight bit of respite.
Brilliant.
For the Switzerland defence, but really well picked out passes from the 4 flowing attacking players of Austria. But it remains Austria 3, Switzerland 0.
That was a great save by Christoph Lopez there. I mean, you definitely thought that was going in.
I did. From this angle, it looked like it was a certain goal, but full credit to the Switzerland number 9, Christoph Lopez. Wasn't one of the competing players in Geneva last year, so I think it may be his first ever outing within international football. Emmanuel Rat asking for 5 metres. I think Jusic is spaced accordingly, who intercepts. Del Plas guides it back to his defence, met by Karolina Songa. Going to try and flick it back in the path of Arta Volman. Volman over to Ilyas Jusic. Another 180 fired into the gap. Beautiful goal from the Austrian captain. Lopez and Emmanuel Rat tried to limit that space and the gap between the 2 chairs, but Jusic thread the eye of the needle there. And what a beautiful goal from the Austrian number 10. Confirmation on your screens now. Austria 4, Switzerland 0. Have a look what that does for the goal difference on the table. Puts them onto +4. Having drawn both their fixtures yesterday. Kind of puts into perspective how impressive Germany's goal difference is. +14 goals.
I'm just thinking out there. Obviously, going for the goal difference. How aware do you think Austria are of the standings? Do you think they're still in the mindset of we need to score a certain amount of goals? The way they've suddenly decided to play 4 out.
No, I think they're very much aware of their position in the table. They've all but guaranteed themselves a spot in the EPFA Four Nations final, but they're going to want to get their shooting boots prepared for that match against Germany. Songai at the back post. Just as I'm talking about them practicing that free-flowing attacking football, I don't think they'd be able to adopt such a brave approach against the Germans. But there's no reason this doesn't help or aid their setup and their preparation for that game. So Carolina Songai,
she's making a break for the top goal
scorer. She certainly is. I need to see if my updated scorer charts can be shown on screen. But 4 goals there already in the first 8 minutes of this game. Let's put the top goal scorers up very quickly. She goes up to 3rd in the standing, so any more she'll match the 2.
Two-on-one there given against the Swiss. Free kick just inside the Austrian half. He just guides it inside. Carrying the Songai. Dummies Emmanuel Ratz. Met by Gustav Lopez. And as a goal kick. To Switzerland. Emmanuel Ratz will take, looking for Gabriela Panico on this near side to the camera. As you look at it, straight to Ilyas Jucic. Be another goal kick.
Apologies if you cannot see the scoreline. We've had just under 10 minutes. Austria 5, Switzerland 0.
Austria readying a substitution.
Jucic. Crucial block by Panico. Winfried Zwanziger is going to be substituted off in his place. Not sure
First appearance.
I don't think Moritz Ziegner featured in their games yesterday. He wasn't one of the players in Geneva last year, so if this is his full international debut, full credit and congratulations to Moritz Ziegner. You should have confirmation of that on your screen now. As Songai has another attempt at goal, seeking her 5th of the game and overall competition.
Great advantage for turn 1. Which will be called back now. Gwendal, De Platz, and Christoph Lopez. Just too close to each other. Great opportunity for Austria to extend their lead here in this first half. Ilyas Jucic on this left-hand side. Maybe the ball be played behind him. Try and wind up for a 180. Goes with the side spin 90. Shot from Songai, saved by Lopez on the line. Roman, the ball breaks, but it'll be another 2-on-1. Lopez and De Plat's too close yet again. You can see just setting up that Swiss defence. Ilyas Jusic will now take this free kick. Artur Volman on this left-hand side. Into Volman. Song at the back post, well cleared by Christoph Lopez.
So Carolina Songai on the right-hand wing.
There is another goal for Austria, extending their lead. 6-0 now. And that is the 5th goal for Carolina Songai, and she does indeed go joint top of our top goal scorer list here at the EPFA Four Nations tournament. And there's plenty of time for her to try and get a lead ahead of what now looks like a German-Austrian final. So not only potentially could the deciding to that top goal scorer be decided in that final later this afternoon, but obviously one side out of Germany, and like I said, barring a miracle, Austria will be crowned champions of the EPFA Four Nations 2023. As Gabriele Panico battles with Artur Volman. Panico tries to drive that away, try and get his side some respite. Barely got out of their own half, the Swiss.
Yeah, difficult opening 14 for the Swiss national side. Heavy contact there between Panico and Artur Volman. Goes in the favour of the Austrian. Don't think anything more will be given. Just get the Swiss coaches over to make a slight adjustment with the chair of the Swiss number 8.
I believe it's a metal bin we are now making musical and a musical instrument. Just a lot of attention needed for Gabriele Panico's chair. Will require some added time. The end of this first half. The first half which Austria have absolutely dominated. Those 3 goals in the first 2 minutes from Carolina Songai really setting the pace. And as you can see, that does move Austria above Italy and into second place, where they will compete with Germany in that final. Does seem like Gabriele Panico is okay to continue. Just getting a warning there for the heavy contact, and we will restart with a direct free kick for Austria.
Artur Volman and Ilyas Jusic both positioned over the ball. Ilyas Jusic just dropping off now to allow his goalkeeper to take this direct free kick, as you just mentioned, Greg.
Just a piece of one of the chairs fallen off in that contact.
Just a pause in play momentarily from our referee, Millie Bean.
Fair couple of minutes added on at the end of this half, you would imagine.
Yeah. apologies that the clock on your streams is incorrect. We've had just over 16 and a half minutes. 3.5 minutes remaining, plus any additional time. So Artur Volman now takes that direct free kick.
Ilyas Jusic in all sorts of space in the middle. Found to Songa at the back post.
Cross the face of goal. Little Ilyas Jusic, the Austrian captain, could do to capitalise on that ball.
I think, I would benefit the doubt to Songa there. But Jusic should continue, rather than admiring the pass, maybe just made that run to the back post and easy tap in.
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree, but I assumed with how the game is set up and her 5 goals so far, I thought she would attempt an effort on goal. Jusic intercepts well. Lopez called into defensive duties. Just trying to get that understanding with Manuel Rat, and Carolina Songai scores her 6th of the game. Huge credit to her, and that puts her top of the scorer charts. Apologies that her name is also misspelt on your screens. We will strive to address that as soon as possible. But 18 minutes gone. Austria 7, Switzerland 0 in this final group game of the EPFA 4 Nations 2023. It's all but confirmed that our 3rd place playoff will be between Italy and Switzerland today at 2 o'clock, and at 3:45 Germany will take on Austria. And I'm sure you'd agree, Greg, if it's anything to go by their group game yesterday morning, the opening game of the EPFA 4 Nations 2023, 2-2, probably the game of the tournament so far. If we can have a similar matchup in the final, we're in for a treat as Volman fires it just wide of the right-hand post.
I mean, how apt that the opening game of the EPFA 4 Nations 2023 will also now be recreated in the last game of the tournament. And if I tell you what, I know you have to take the level of opposition into consideration. Switzerland not really. They are trying their hardest, but providing Austria with as stern a test as they faced yesterday. But the 4 players that are out there, especially the 3 attacking players, have actually played some really nice football, finding the gaps, and they've all made very strong cases to be starting that final.
Also worth noting that Jakob Schriefel, the captain of the Austrian national side, will be back, certainly from suspension. Whether that means he goes immediately back into the starting 4, we will soon find out. But I think Austria will have every expectation of securing the EPFA 4 Nations Championship.
If they can recreate that second half performance they had against Germany in the opening game yesterday, if they can have that across.
You see what Germany have done, and we'll put the table up again shortly. We've had the regulation 20, so at half-time we'll show you the standings and just the context of where Germany are, the goals they've scored, the points they've accrued. So it adds even more weight to how impressive that Austrian performance was, who would have been disappointed not to secure the 3 points as Songai capitalises off that loose pass, and Ilyas Jusic guides it over the line. It was probably going over. So Songai deprived of her another goal. She's already top scorer.
Don't think she's going to mind. She's already got 6.
So that's confirmation. Austria 8, Switzerland 0.
I feel for Lopez there, because very strong contact. Great ball just up the court, but straight at Carolina Songai.
So Songai with 6, Ilyas Jusic with 2 of Austria's 8 goals. She hadn't scored before this game, and now she's top of the scorer charts.
how quickly things can change in power chair football.
Absolutely. Usage now trying to capitalise on that loose ball from Christoph Lopez, and a really unfortunate ricochet falls into the path of the woman in question, Carolina Songai. 7 goals in the first half.
We have to be breaking records here. Tonga has to be breaking all the records. 7 in one game. Obviously, I don't know how far you want to go back.
Surely very little time left in this first half. 22 minutes have been played despite that 15 minutes you're seeing on your screens. I think Panico just needs an adjustment with his chair. This has happened many times across this tournament. Just being readjusted and sat up.
Another pause in play. You can't be much.
Let's give you the live standings while we wait for that. You'll see Austria's goal difference on +9. 5 points from their 3 group games.
Again, you must note that there is a lot of space for them to use. But I've been very impressed with how well they have used it. As referee Millie Bean has the whistle at her lips and blows the half-time whistle. The tone was set from the very first minute.
Yeah, well, Carolina Songai hat-trick within just over 2 minutes. Arguably, I'm not sure we have the statistics to either confirm or deny whether that is one of the fastest international hat-tricks. But full credit to her. She got 7 in that first half. Ilyas Jusic with the other 2. But overall, a dominant performance from Austria, looking to prepare as best possible for that final fixture against Germany at 3:45. Join myself and Greg shortly for the second half. Hello everyone and welcome back to the second half in this fixture between Austria and Switzerland, currently separated by a wide margin of 9-0. Few adjustments in that half-time break, which we will go into shortly. Just get proceedings underway. For all of those just tuning in, a win for Austria would see them progress to the final of the EPFA Four Nations 2023. Second half underway. We'll get confirmation of those substitutions now for Austria. It looks like they've taken off their captain, Ilias Jusic, and in his place.
Wait, immediately Gabriele Panico has an issue with his chair.
It's frustrating. You question why this is done on the court and not by the side, because it's a reoccurring issue.
I think it's an issue with the chair this time.
Let's get confirmation. So there's the first substitution. Ilias Jusic coming off, Henry Ziegner coming on. And the second substitution saw Michael Kiefler enter this final group game. Coming off, number 1, Arthur Vollmann. Should have confirmation of that change now.
Did Austria put the ball out for Switzerland?
Not sure.
In which case, well, you would hope that the Swiss would just give the ball back to Austria as a sort of fair play thing.
Manuel Ratz flies into the side of Panico's chair. Songai quick to capitalise on that loose ball, looking to assert her dominance at the top of the goal scorer charts. Chance here for Del Plas to pressure Moritz Ziegner in the Austria goal, yet to have any major involvement in this game.
I don't think Moritz Ziegner has touched the ball since coming on his international debut.
Michael Kiefler to take the goal kick, fired all the way down the line, straight to Emmanuel Ratz, who fires it back with the front of her bumper into Kiefler. Tries to control it, it falls to the path of Henry Ziegner, the very animated Austrian number 11.
Plays with such passion.
He really does, as does most of the Austrian side.
Well,
Ziegner.
Typified by their coach, Lee, obviously.
Absolutely. Ziegner keeps it in play. He's going to try and flick it back to current captain Michael Kiefler. Blocked by Manuel Ratz. Panico can't quite dispossess this Austrian attack. Ziegner, very sensible move to fire it over to Carolina Songai, and a really unfortunate own goal from Christoph Lopez. Austria 10, Switzerland 0.
I think if Carolina Songai had been sat in reverse there, she could have had her 7th. Be a bit. When you're sat front on, you've got time to explain. As a winger, you want to be in reverse, facing the play really. Give yourself more options, because you can front bumper back to your middleman or your second pivot, your goalkeeper. Or you can, as Henry Ziegner now drives forwards, 3 in the box, given away by Switzerland. Gabriele Panico too eager to defend, as I was saying. Well, if you're playing with that, you can play front bumpers back. You can still swing a player 90.
Yeah.
90 degree spin. Or if you really want to, you can 180 all the way around, generate a lot of power. Whereas if you're facing forwards, your only real option is to side hit backwards, and while it can be effective, sometimes you struggle to get the power required.
Indirect. Kiefler over to Songai at the right hand post. Good ball wasn't quite capitalised on. She apologises to her captain. I just hope that despite the difficulties and the challenges that Switzerland have faced across the EPFA Four Nations 2023, they take positives from it. If nothing else, just the experience of competing on the international stage. I know how proud some of their players are to put on that Swiss jersey. So really difficult. They've conceded 29 goals, I think, in their 3 group games, with 15 minutes still to play ahead of what is looking like a third place playoff with Italy, who beat them 6-0 yesterday. Another factor to consider is they have no strength in depth like that of Austria, Germany and Italy. Contact between the chairs of Panico and Henry Ziegner. It was Ziegner that swiped into the side of Panico. No malice, so no yellow card awarded. But Switzerland do get that free kick. Yeah, so Switzerland don't have any substitutions at their disposal. Obviously horrible news, the sad passing of Christian Bloch a few weeks after the EPFA Cup 2022 last year. Must have been an incredibly challenging time for everyone associated with the Switzerland national side. An incredibly talented player, arguably their standout in that tournament. Del Plas just caught in that top left-hand corner, and I don't think it was. Don't have to worry about 3 meters needed to avoid a 2-on-1. I think that was 3 centimeters.
One thing you would say is Panico gets a sort of last warning for contact there. We've all been where Switzerland are at the minute. Everyone starts somewhere.
Of course.
It's one of those where you have to take those difficult early days, suffering heavy defeats that they have, and just using them as learning opportunities. Still enjoying representing your country, playing football with your friends.
And that just goes back to what I was saying earlier. If you take nothing from this from a performance perspective, take the experience. It must be incredible for some of these players to just travel, experience new surroundings, new people. And once again, the 2 Switzerland players touching almost in Emmanuel Ratz and Del Plas. Advantage allowed by Millie Bean.
The 2-on-1 long in the making.
Yes. .27.5 minutes played. Austria 10, Switzerland 0. A cushioned pass from the captain Michael Kiefler. Ziegner back to Songai, finds the gap once again. I think that's her 8th goal of this game. Let's get confirmation of that on your screens. No, please continue.
She's starting to build possibly an unassailable lead at the top.
We should be able to get you them top goal scorer standings. Should be updated. If so, she will have 8 goals. Yes, because Jusic got 2, and then an unfortunate Christoph Lopez own goal. So she's got a 3-goal cushion at the top currently. It will take some doing for one of the teams to surpass that. Obviously, Italy face Switzerland in the 3rd place playoff game. So you wonder if someone like Marco Ferraza could jump up the leaderboard. Del Plas. Songai picks up the loose ball. Ziegner met by Panico. Contact from the Switzerland number 8. Potentially a yellow card at the conclusion of this passage of play. I think he's been warned a few times. I think she's going to allow it to continue, surely anymore, and a card will be awarded. She's having that word with Gabriella Panico now, And as suspected, no more. Final warning. Henry Ziegner now shaping up to take this kick in on the left-hand side. Moritz Ziegner very advanced as Songai fires it towards the left-hand post. Ziegner now uses the front of his chair to try and guide it goal-bound, but too close to Henry Ziegner. In the process, 2-on-1 awarded in favour of Switzerland.
I believe that is Moritz Ziegner's first touch in the 20 or so minutes he's been on.
That substitution with Kiefler has just allowed him to be a bit more advanced in his positional play.
Of course, we have got to be careful now. You can't just say Ziegner. There are two Ziegners on the court.
I typically, certainly on the international stage, try to use the full names of players. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Moritz Ziegner and Henry Ziegner. I'm not sure if they are related in any way.
Manuel Ratz will take this free kick for Switzerland. Trying to find Gabriel Panico, who's marked by Henry Ziegner.
It's better from Switzerland just to evade that press as best possible. Get it as far into the Austrian half as they can. Henry Ziegner just ushering a few of his players into their positions. Fires it centrally. No one here to capitalise on that ball. But Carolina Songai eventually comes away with possession. Met by Emmanuel Ratz. Good battle between the two female players currently on the field of play. Ziegner, great pass to Songai. Tries to just direct her chair and angle it in such a fashion that it sends the shot goal bound. And another pass straight as an arrow from Henry Ziegner into the vicinity.
He's impressed me.
He's a good player. I think we're just as intrigued as many others and to see how they will line up in that final against Germany later. He certainly staked a claim within this game, and when we've seen him throughout this tournament that he should be starting, you can't ignore the goals that Songai has scored in this game. Relevant of opposition, to be alert and be positioned well enough to capitalise on the service from her teammates. We've seen players from Germany and Italy not fare as well as the Austrian number 4. So again, Jakob Schriefer will be back in contention following the conclusion of his suspension. So many things to consider. Likewise with Germany, who were unchanged in that earlier game against Italy. I'm not quite sure how they'll line up. Will they utilise and adopt the same starting 4 as the game that saw them beat Italy? Or will they utilise F.A. Onanmis or Ludwig Leinweber, Feli Fischer, just to mention 3 of their unused substitutes.
One thing I will say about Austria, this is my first time this weekend watching them since I played against them in Finland 4 years ago.
Yep.
As you say, they didn't play as well as you thought they could last year in Geneva.
They didn't, and I think they're the first ones to admit that, and they're showing that on this stage here this weekend, that they weren't quite up to the levels, whether there was other factors at play. But if they came prepared to that tournament as they have to this one, they could have really succeeded and no doubt would have qualified for the European Champions. Moritz Ziegner with an opportunity to score. You can't see on your screens, but Leo Vasili very animated. I'm sure it would have erupted had the number 5 guided that over the line. The pressure is still there. Trying desperately, no doubt, to score his first ever international goal. Del Plas now trying to relieve the pressure on the Switzerland defence. It remains Austria 11, Switzerland 0. Moritz Ziegner in space on the left-hand wing. Henry Ziegner not quite able to pick him out. Good strong play from Emmanuel Ratz to prevent Ziegner in the initial instance. Going to try and dribble out now. Grendel Del Plas has to vacate the space.
3v1 here.
Could Switzerland register their first goal of the competition? Kiefler has something to say about that. He's going to try and counter for the leaders.
Sorry, what I was going to say about Austria before was, this is my first time seeing them in 4 years. The difference between then and now is night and day. The way they're trying to play football, passing it, they're a lot stronger side, and you can see a lot of promising play. I think this arena would erupt if Moritz Ziegner could find the back of the Swiss net.
Gwendo Del Plas very close to Gabriele Panico once again. 2-on-1 awarded in favour of Moritz Ziegner and Austria. We've got 5 minutes remaining.
I will give Switzerland credit. Right, this was 9-0 at half time. We are 15 minutes into the second half. It's 11.
No, I agree. It looks like Winfried Zwanziger is readying himself to come back on for Austria. Probably Moritz Ziegner probably Carolina.
She's had it. She's had enough goal. She's scored enough.
So, Kiefler to take. Intercepted well by Panico, who's going to try and pressure Michael Kiefler in the Austrian goal. I'd love to see Switzerland score now. Little more than a consolation with 4 minutes remaining, but it would mean so much to them. Moritz Ziegner trying to find that goal he so desperately craves. Zwanziger on. Songai. I think Austria currently fielding 3 PF2s. I need confirmation of that. If that is the case, that is an illegal change. Just need confirmation. I could be incorrect, but that is certainly what is being contested.
They do have 3 PF2s.
If Moritz Ziegner is a PF2, they're not allowed to field 3 at the same time, so they'll have to reverse that change. We haven't yet confirmed it on your screens. Slight confusion in the venue.
Moritz Ziegner isn't classified internationally, I don't believe, and that means he does count as a PF2.
But play will continue, so you will get confirmation of that change on your screens now. Winfried Zwanziger on, Carolina Songai off. Incredibly impressive game for Songai. 8 goals. Strange, very strange decision to allow 3 PF2s. We're just currently in discussion with the 4th official, Nordin Subovic.
Apparently, it doesn't matter for this competition, according to Nordin.
Okay,
we have raised it. We have raised it. That's all
arguably disappointing because it needs to. It's not legal in the sport of power chair football. Certainly on the international stage, I'm not sure you can call this a competitive tournament if you're not adhering to some of the basic rules and regulations of the sport. But
let's throw hypotheticals out here now. Hypotheticals.
Go on.
What if we turn around after this game and we say to whoever in charge and say, look, Austria have just fielded 3 PF2s. Yeah. Could Italy not launch a complaint?
I want to bring our executive producer in on this, Mr. Alex Dowden. What are your thoughts? It's very strange, don't you think?
Well, it's officially a friendly tournament. I was trying to pull up the tournament regulations so I could then give you a more concise answer. If you give me a couple of minutes, I'll see if I can come back to it.
No problem. Just loop yourself in when you are ready. Panico. Zwanziger over to Moritz Ziegner. Can he get that goal? Not at that time of asking. Well blocked by Emmanuel Rat. Wendell Delplas putting pressure on Zwanziger, who just occupies the position on this right-hand wing. Henry Ziegner over to Moritz Ziegner. Open goal. Blocked well by the back wheel of Emmanuel Rat. 30 seconds or so remaining, plus any additional time that Millie Bean has accrued.
There'll be a fair few bits.
Austria 11, Switzerland 0.
With the adjustments to Panico and Del Plas for Switzerland and the confusion there. As Ziegner, they both want the goal, and it's a 2-on-1. Both wanting to get that opportunity to score for their country, just a little bit over-eager.
So there's confirmation of the current standings. Worth noting, Austria had 0 goal difference at the start of this game, obviously with an 11-0 scoreline. 2 draws yesterday, leading to that situation.
It's also worth noting Caroline Songa started on 0 goals before this game, and she now has a 3-goal lead at the top of the top goal scorer standings.
When it goes out of play, I'll try and bring you the top goal scorer charts.
Can't quite get on the end of it.
Unfortunate from the Austrian number 5. As you can see, 8 goals for Carolina Stongai.
Who's Austrian, not Germany. Not German.
Yeah.
Something's gone wrong with the graphics there. I am now on the stream as well, gentlemen. I can tell you that the tournament is classed as a development tournament, so there's no classification in force. Partly because partly because some of the competing countries don't have classification in their home leagues, so there's some players without any classifications at all.
Okay.
Okay.
I know I want to discredit the competition. It was just it's unfamiliar to see is all. But as long as it falls within the regulations agreed by the competing nations, then we shall continue. Flicked well by Henry Ziegner, eventually via Zwanziger and off the front of Emmanuel Rat's chair. We've had 42 minutes just about. Looks like, barring a late goal from Austria, it's going to be 11-0. Confirmed as the final score. Advantage allowed by Millie Bean.
Will be Winfried Zwanziger trying to find an opportunity here. Just working it back and forth.
I think Austria desperate for either Zwanziger or Moritz Ziegner to score.
I think they're going to run out of
typically
time.
adopted as very defensive players, so with that nice cushion they've accrued throughout this first half, they're being a bit more experimental. 42.5 minutes gone. Surely only seconds remaining.
Could turn into the Europa League final. 15 minutes added on to a 12-minute. So 12 minutes added on to a 15-minute half. Surely this will be the last attack.
Yeah,
the whistle is in.
I think we're running up to 43 minutes. Trapped by Christoph Lopez. Moritz Ziegner still pressuring away. Desperately wanting that goal. Can he find it? Only seconds remaining. Manuel Ratz does well to just guide it out of play. Or certainly out of danger in the initial instance. He flicks it to her left. Tries to find the gap between the stubborn wall, who you absolutely right in saying, Greg, have been much better in this second half. Only conceding 2, I believe. And Millie Bean blows the whistle for full time. It's going to end Austria 0, Switzerland.
No.
Austria 11, Switzerland 0.
That'll be a turn up for the books.
Certainly would.
That confirms our fixtures for this afternoon.
You're absolutely right in saying that.
2 o'clock in our placement game. It'll be Switzerland taking on Italy, and then at 3:45 European Central Summertime, it will be Germany taking on Austria for the right to call themselves the EPFA 4 Nations 2023 champions. Ryan, player of the match, 8 goal scorer.
It was hard to look past Carolina Songai. She just was there to capitalise on all the chances that were put her way. Not to do anyone else a discredit, but we saw particularly, I think it was Johannes Koch for Germany and Simone Ranzato have a number of chances against Switzerland in their respective games. Not quite as clinical as the Austrian number 4. So, yep, she's the player of the match for me, current top goal scorer. Let's see if she can add to that in the final against Germany. Thank you, Greg. Thank you, Mr. Dowding behind us. Hope you can join us at 2 o'clock for Italy, who finished 3rd, against Switzerland, who finished 4th. Hello everyone and welcome back to the penultimate game of the EPFA Four Nations 2023 between Italy and Switzerland. The teams that finished third and fourth respectively will play each other once again to determine the final placings of third and fourth. Set to kick off around 2 o'clock Central European Summertime, the time zone. We'll go through the squads, myself and my co-commentator, Mr. Greg Baxter. How was your lunch?
I had ice cream for lunch.
Oh, very healthy.
When in Munich, mate.
Because Munich are famous for their ice cream. Anyway, we'll start.
Very good. don't bash Munich ice cream, mate.
So we'll run through the events of today and the overall competition, and then we'll go through the squads and bring you live coverage of Italy versus Switzerland in the third place playoff. Just to go through the journeys of these two sides, they faced one another in their first games of the competition yesterday at 12 o'clock. Italy starting the tournament in impressive fashion. It was 6-0. That finished. Switzerland were unfortunate to have a 13-0 loss to Germany shortly after that. So tough day. Italy will be disappointed they didn't get anything more than a point from the 0-0 Austria draw in the last game of yesterday. Certainly when considering Austria went down to 3 players with 2 yellow cards for their captain Jakob Schriefel. And once again today, facing Germany, who finished top of the groups, arguable favourites to take home the EPFA Four Nations 2023. It was a close 1-0 victory for Germany. So they'll be disappointed they're here. That they probably had aspirations of being in the final, if not winning it altogether. We've seen stuff from the Italian side this weekend, which just demonstrates their development across the last year, 2 years, certainly post-pandemic, since they've become a fully fledged international side. And then Switzerland lost 11-0 to Austria earlier. So finishing third and fourth, they have to play each other to determine the final third and fourth placings. We'll start with the Italy squad, which I'll run you through. Number 1, Luca Macuri. Number 2, Donatella Soriano. Number 7, Gabriele Mindru. Number 8, Gabriele Zoggia. Number 10, Marco Ferraza, the captain. Number 18, Irene Infantino. Number 20, Martina Latina. Number 22, Simone Ranzato. As our officials lead the teams onto the courts. The coaches for Italy, Lorenzo Vandelli and Carlo Impera.
And for the Swiss this afternoon, that squad of 4 players. Number 1, Gwendal de Plas. Number 8, Gabriel Panico. Number 9, Christophe Lopez. Number 14, Captain Emmanuel Ratz. And coaches Giovanni Banabe and Kelly De Santos. We will pause the national anthems prior to kick-off.
So that was the national anthems of Italy, followed by Switzerland. And we will shortly get underway in this third place playoff game.
Gotta say, I've been looking forward to hearing that Italian crowd sing the Italian national anthem all weekend.
Yeah,
and they did not disappoint.
You can't see on your screens, but to the left, the Italian supporters, very passionate and vocal in singing their national anthem.
Didn't disappoint one bit. And immediately, if I look at the Italian squad lining up and warming up, I can see what looks like a slight tactical tweak.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll get into that in more detail. Just to run you through the match officials before Greg can talk you through that adjustment in the Italian squad. Our central referee, hailing from Austria, we have Nordin Subovic. Assistant referee in Carolyn Bean from England, and Gerrit Weiland from Germany. The fourth official for this one, Millie Bean from England also.
So yes.
So yeah, please discuss.
Looks like Irene Infantino is donning that dark green goalkeeper jersey, and Gabriele Mindru just in the azzurri blue. Obviously, we've seen Infantino out wide for the not seen her in goal.
I think it could be a very shrewd adaptation. If the previous games are anything to go by, Italy will have the majority of the ball. Switzerland will be penned back for the majority of this game, and having someone in goal who can generate so much power on them goal kicks, which she has demonstrated from her dead balls across the EPFA Four Nations 2023. It frees up, as you said, Gabriele Mindru, Ranzato and Ferraza to be all-out attack for Italy. And I could see this tactic really working in their favour, but looking how they're lining up, she may be starting on the bench, and it might be Luca Mercuri that starts in goal, and Martina Latina on the right-hand wing, as opposed to Infantino or Zoggia, who they've used throughout their 3 group games.
Maybe using this as an opportunity to game time to those players who haven't maybe played as much.
Yeah, if they get a few goals on the board or start as quickly as Austria did in that final group game, they'll have the flexibility and the option to experiment and ensure that all of their players get the game time needed to really take as much from this competition as possible.
I think they've decided to risk it from the beginning, starting with we've not seen much of Martina Latina and Mercuri in that Italian net, so they decided, you know what, we back ourselves. Every member of our squad is strong enough to start.
Yeah, just in front of us, just to the bottom of your shots, you probably can't see it too much. It looks like Gwendal Del Plas is having some difficulties with his chair. It would be they've had many challenges across this competition, Switzerland, and should they have only 3 for this final fixture, it could be even more challenging.
The spirit of power chair football, the Italians have come over to see if they can help get Gwendal's chair.
Yeah, it looks very unsteady, whether he has an issue with his tyre.
Yep.
Yeah, just confirmed by our fourth official, Millie Bean. It looks like he's got a flat tyre, so not sure if they'll be able to address that in time for kickoff. We was scheduled to get things underway about 5 minutes ago, and considering the schedule we're on, and with the final and the award ceremony scheduled for 4:45 and 5:15 respectively, I'm not sure if Gwendal Del Plas will be able to feature. We'll soon find out. The outfield Italian players just warming up, knocking the ball about. The ones, if they are to start, as they currently set up on the pitch. We've spoken about number 1, Luca Mercuri. I think will be starting his first game of the competition, as well as Martina Latina and the ever-present and very familiar faces of Marco Fraza, the captain, and Simone Ranzato. Likewise with Switzerland, with the players that they don't have options on the bench, so Panico, Lopez and Emmanuel Ratz. So just been informed by some of the officials that Gwendal Del Plas has actually got a flat tyre, which within the regulations, considering he has already been speed tested, prohibit him from featuring, but the ever gracious Italians have allowed Gwendal to make that adjustment to change the tyre and or pump it up in order for him to feature for the Swiss national side. So really nice fair play observed by the Italians, even if it doesn't conform within tournament regulations.
As I said, the spirit of amateur football.
You did.
It's what you want to see, really, especially given...
I thought they would change his tyre. From the sounds of it, they're pumping it up currently, and I don't, considering how flat it looked, this could be a slight health hazard, because depends how much of a speedy puncher it is. Bear in mind, it was fit for purpose when he speed tested a short moment ago, so I just hope it's as safe as it possibly can be. That is the only thing that I will verbalise. But we'll get things underway shortly. Italy versus Switzerland in the third place playoff.
Wait, I'm sorry, surely if he's got a puncher, they've got to sort the puncher first before pump it up again.
Exactly. My point exactly. They're pumping it up with a compressor we have within the venue. But if that is going to continually deflate as the game progresses, we saw how unsteady it was just a few moments ago. I hope, despite the exemption allowed by Italy, it doesn't cause any issues to himself, Gwendal, or any other chairs present on the pitch for the third place playoff.
I'd say
now we're waiting. We'll go through the squads once again. It's an interesting situation, ever evolving. Just quickly, Italy looks like they're going to line up with Luca McCurdy adorning that dark green goalkeeper jersey, as Greg mentioned a few moments ago. Donatella Soriano, an unused substitution on the bench to start, as well as Gabriele Mindru, who's been very impressive throughout the tournament. He's adopted many different roles and responsibilities within this Italian side. Gabriele Zoggia probably hasn't featured as much as he would have wanted. He'll want some game time across this fixture. Marco Fraza, I think I'm correct in saying, has played every minute of the Italians' campaign. Arini Infantino has got a goalkeeper jersey on, ready to come on in this game at some point. Really intrigued to see how she features there. Martina Latina starting her first of the competition, as well as number 22 Simone Ranzato.
And just run through that Swiss team once more. Number 1, Gwendal Del Plas, who looks like he will be able to start the game. Number 8, Gabriele Panico. Number 9, Christoph Lopez. And 14, Emmanuel Ratz, the goalkeeper and captain.
So apologies for the slight delay on our 2 o'clock kickoff. It looks like we're all set to get things underway.
We don't need to talk about the hypotheticals of playing with 3 now, do we, I suppose?
We do if any complications arise from that flat tyre.
It would. I was thinking sometimes playing with 3 can...
It can aid a defence.
Yes, because you don't have that fourth player can give away 2-on-1s. The spacing's a lot more space to just clear the ball into. Sometimes when you're playing with 3, you just shut up shop, bring someone in on the edge of the box and make it as tight as possibly can. But we are all ready for this third, fourth playoff. As Marco Fraza
Straight from kickoff! Arguably one of the quickest goals you will ever see in international power chair football. I've never seen anything quite like it. Immediately from kickoff, Marco Ferraza scores the goal to put the Azzurri 1-0 up. Absolutely incredible. Wow.
Jinx. Oh, now we've got tissue. Hang on. Still carrying on. Everyone needs to calm down. That kickoff goal, something I've never seen before in a competitive game.
No.
I don't know whether Switzerland just switched off after that long delay.
I don't think Christoph Lopez was expecting it. You would want your goalkeeper to be more prepared, certainly considering the distance it has to travel to go from the centre circle to the opposition goal line. So disappointed from the Switzerland number 9, but
would you perhaps expecting his goalkeeper Emmanuel Ratz to block it, and then just when she didn't block it, he couldn't react in time to save it. He did get a touch to it, but unable to keep it out. And here we have a Switzerland free kick. Direct if they wish to try and inflict the same punishment that they did from kickoff.
It's all about generating that power. Emmanuel Ratz to take. Panico very close. Goes to Ferraza into the path of Del Plas on the left-hand wing. Ranzato can't do enough to keep it in play. I'd love to see a Switzerland goal. Yet to register a finish across the EPFA Four Nations 2023. Gwendal Del Plas has made contact with that, so has to drop off and allow Emmanuel Ratz to resume possession. Ferraza and Ranzato exchanging some nice, short, snappy passes. A little bit forced there from Ferraza. I'd have liked to see him return the pass to Ranzato. Just continue them 1-2 passes to generate the space. Look at the opportunity it's carved out now as Ranzato sends it across the box, deep to Ferraza, over to Martina Latina, tries to switch the play over to the number 22 Ranzato. Del Plas now with possession, met by Marco Ferraza of Italy. Ranzato fired down to Luca McCurry's first involvement of the third place playoff. Manuel Ratz with just blocks with her back wheel. Ferraza, great pass to Ranzato. Right option from Ranzato. I think he was ideally looking for Martina Latina on the alternate wing, but blocked by the Swiss defence. Good block by Gabriele Panico. Del Plas just trying to guide it towards the Switzerland goal. Slight contact, allowed to continue. Advantage played by Nordin Subovic. Eventually going out for a Switzerland kick-in.
Got to say, the Swiss have recovered really well to that early
They have, and it just is really disappointing that they conceded at the first involvement of the game, because already within the first 3.5 minutes they're showing a bit of confidence and tactical nous and awareness that they haven't necessarily across their other games. So Del Plas into the space. Ranzato met by Manuel Ratz. Panico has to drop off. They're both going for the same ball and they need to be careful. Ranzato now. Ranzato into the Switzerland box. He's going to attempt an effort at goal. Manuel Ratz comes to limit the options. He's going to try and guide it and dribble it over the left-hand post. We're going to get our first penalty, I think, of the EPFA Four Nations 2023. Almost surprising we haven't had one as of yet. Be taken by Simone Ranzato.
Definite penalty. No doubt about it. Yeah. I immediately pointed to the spot. Just one of those where the ball is between two chairs. If it, I'm going to use that word again, squirms out, there's nothing to stop the chair that's pressing against the ball anymore to then make contact with the chair. Can Ranzato find the corner?
Manuel Ratz just driving forwards. It looks like he'll go to her right, and a well-placed penalty. Simone Ranzato doubles Italy's lead. You've got confirmation on your screens now. After 5 minutes, they've got a nice little buffer and advantage for them to build on. Further disappointment for the Swiss national side. Manuel Ratz. It's a much more assured kickoff. Immediately taking pressure off their kind of defensive line, and they can hopefully try and adopt an effective press here to limit the space of the Italians. If they can pick anything off to send it towards Luca Mercuri in the Italian goal. Goes all the way into the space. Manuel Ratz sends it into the path for Ranzato, who's surely going to try and find Martina Latina on this right-hand wing. She's caught in two minds. I would have liked to seen her maintain her position in reverse.
2-on-1 given against Switzerland there.
Yeah, interesting. I initially thought it would be Italy, and if it was Italy, it would be harsh. I wasn't necessarily paying attention to how the Swiss were shaped, because my focus was on the number 20 winger Martina Latina. But Ferrazza comes away with an indirect free kick all the way to Ranzato, who secures Italy's third. He's second of the game.
Yeah, really nice ball over from Ferrazza. And Ranzato burying it in the corner. 3-0, not quite as fast as the Austrians' first 3 goals earlier this morning.
No, not quite. But I think we're seeing improvements in the Swiss setup. It's easy to look at the double-digit score lines that they've been on the receiving end of twice, and one 6-0 defeat to Italy. But you've got to judge them, relatively speaking, by their own standards. They've only got 4 players. They don't have much strength and depth.
They're all not using chairs that some would argue are inferior to the strike forces and the Italian version of the strike force the Italian are using. I mean, you don't, like I said earlier this morning, you've really just got to, we've all been there. You look at the Austrians 4 years ago in Finland, they're on the receiving end of double-digit score lines, worse than Switzerland have at this tournament. And look at them now 4 years on, playing a much higher standard of football.
Yeah.
It's an ever-evolving cycle. You have the teams who new to the sport, as they develop through tournaments like this, just gives them that experience to develop as power chair football spreads across the continent and the world.
So Marco Ferrazza, indirect free kick, goes to the back post, wide out for a goal kick.
And gives Simone Ranzato a look of, why were you not there to tap that in?
Yeah. Let's try and get the top goal scorers for our competition thus far. Marco Ferrazza getting that one earlier, sees him advance onto 4. Ranzato's 2 goals take him into the top 8. It will take some doing, though, to dethrone Carolina Songai at the top with 8 finishes, all within that game against Switzerland earlier today. Very start-stop now, this game. Very fragmented by the lack of positional awareness.
Very harsh to one, I believe.
Some referees are a lot stricter with regards to their definitions of 2-on-1. So
goalkeeper up to
yeah,
take.
interesting to see Luca Mercuri come over to take this. Didn't generate the power he would have necessarily wanted to pick Martina Latina. Is that 3 in the box? It is 3 in the box. So an indirect free kick.
And let off for Luca Mercuri. Didn't catch that at all as well as he would have liked. Let's see if they give him another chance. Nope. That was one and done for Luca Mercuri there. He'll be the captain.
You can see they're experimenting a bit more there, trying to get as much worth from this game as they possibly can. And given experience and that exposure to all of their competing players, they've brought a strong contingent of 8 as Marco Ferrazza, the captain, guides it to the back post. 2-on-1 in favour of Switzerland. Martina Latina rooted in the centre of the box. Simone Ranzato probably about 1.5 meters away from her, so slight.
If the ball's not coming to you, you need to just get out of the way, get out of the box. Straight away. Even if you're within that 3 minutes, you are seen to be moving out the way, the referees will more than most give the advantage. Sorry, stop talking there just to wonder whether that was going to cross the Swiss goal line.
Cleared off the line brilliantly by Christophe Lopez. Otherwise, it was surely Italy's 4th. So Marco Ferrazza readies himself to take. Ranzato, a very good option. Panico needs to be careful. He's given away a number of 3 in the box infringements. Ranzato now fires it.
Good save.
Very assured clearance from Christophe Lopez. Relentless pressure though from the Azzurri. Ferrazza back to Ranzato across the box. Martina Latina is going to try and guide it goal bound. But once again, the Italians all drawn into that same ball, and the referee, Nordin Subovic, didn't deem that to be 3 meters or more. The space in between the Italian attack.
Could have given either foul there, I think.
Look how advanced the 2 Italian wingers are. If Switzerland could just break that press. I think it happened once in the game yesterday, didn't it? That in the Switzerland-Italy game, Gabriele Panico, I think, capitalised similar to that. Just a ricochet, generated power and send it fast into the Italian half. And that will be their most credible chance of registering a goal at this competition. If they can really take advantage on the fact that their opposition will commit 2, 3, 4 players forward at any one time.
Just leaving that one up as a constant counter-attack. They know they can defend with 2 if they need to.
Panico. Just
one thing I will say about the Swiss. Sorry, Ryan.
No, please do.
Good communication.
Certainly within that instance, and that is what I was going to cite. Gabriele Panico, very vocal in asking Magnorat to vacate the space. Otherwise, it would have been yet another 2-on-1 awarded against them, and that's key. If they take little things like that from this tournament, the fundamentals with how imperative communication is, or teamwork is, or just positional awareness, they will continue to grow and get better. As you've cited Austria, when you played them in 2019, they're going to want to come here today, and they'll arguably be disappointed if they're not going home with the trophy. So Martina Latina and Ranzato both caught in 2 minds, not quite sure who was approaching the ball first, and yeah, exactly. You cite that good communication from Switzerland. It was quite the opposite there, with Ranzato and Latina not communicating and neither one knowing who was going to receive that ball. It eventually rolled out of play because Ranzato wasn't there to maintain possession. Emmanuel Ratz fired. Ranzato with an immediate fired ball down the court. It took a little nick off of Emmanuel Ratz's chair, out for a kick in, I think high up the court, almost a corner.
You do wonder whether the lack of game time maybe between for the likes of Luca Mercuri and Martina Latina in particular just have some rustiness. The Italian league season only recently finished. As Martina Latina drives towards the line and gets her first goal, and the Italian crowd go wild.
Full credit to Italy and Martina Latina. Again, don't have definitive confirmation, but I'm pretty sure that is one of her first goals for her country. So congratulations to the number 20. I'm sure Lorenzo Vandelli and Carlo Impera, the Italian coaches, will be absolutely delighted, and they'll want the same from some of the substitutes or some of their squad, no doubt, that will be utilised across this game. Donatella, Soriano and Zoggia, to mention two, who they'll want to get on the scoreboard. Certainly with Irene Infantino in that goalkeeper kit. Ferraza now pressuring Lopez, flicks it over to Ranzato, rotated 180 spin kick into the side of Emmanuel Ratchair, out for a corner.
I suppose that's what you're looking for at the minute, isn't it now? Yes, Italy will be disappointed they're not in that final, but this is what first outing. And what a goal that is.
He generated the space. He kind of drew both Emmanuel Ratz and Christoph Lopez to the left-hand side of their goal, and then adjusted his orientation accordingly to find the huge gaping gap at the right-hand side. So full credit to arguably one of the players of the tournament so far. It's Italy 5, Switzerland 0. Marco Ferraza with his second of the game. When we get a short break in play, we'll see how many he's on for the overall tournament. Let's look at it now quickly, just while we've got a second. So Marco Ferraza now goes within 3 of Karolina Songai. Join on goals with Daniel Olek and Efe Kan Onanmis, both yet to play the final this afternoon. So if he can manage to secure 3 more goals, he will certainly level the Austrian Karolina Songai, but both herself and the German duo will be wanting to secure some goals in the final. Ferraza now with an attempt. It goes over the line, but not before Nordin Subovic blows a contact foul in favour of Switzerland. We've had 17 minutes of this penultimate game of the day, fast approaching half-time, and the Italians ending their campaign in style.
What I was going to say before, Ferraza buried that 5th goal, was that's what you're looking for. Yes, the Italians will be disappointed they're not playing in that final. But in one of their very first outings, they've played some really nice football, impressed a lot of people, and they'll now be looking at personal pride, getting on the score sheet if they haven't already this tournament. Martin Latina doing that, maybe giving time to subs that haven't.
Certainly when you consider their result, it was a very close 1-0 defeat to Germany earlier, and that was just a slight bit of complacency at a set piece. They wasn't expecting Daniel Olek to attempt an effort at goal from the top right-hand corner, and the fact that that was the main reason they're not in the final is going to be bitterly disappointing. But yes, they're going to want to take as much from this game as possible. Personal pride on the line as Marco Ferraza shapes to take this indirect free kick. Simone Ranzato in so much space. Surely a Ranzato goal if he can get a shot on target. Exactly that. Italy 6, Switzerland 0. It's frustrating to a certain degree because you can predict it so accurately most of the time, because there is so much space available for them Italian attackers.
Marco, that's their 6th goal.
And that's Ranzato's hat-trick, I'll quickly mention before you continue.
The Italian coach wasn't happy with something there, though. Judging by what was said. Is he going to line up for the 180 here? Switzerland get the kick in somewhere deep in that Italian half.
Yeah, nice effort from Ferraza. Didn't quite have the timing. Luca McCurdy pretty much untested the whole of this 19 minutes. Only had 1 or 2 involvements, one of them being the responsibility of a set piece. So Del Plas fired into the box. Ferraza meets it. Panico pressures. Del Plas trapped. Luckily not to be a 2-on-1 in favour of Italy. So Ferraza breaks the press, evades Del Plas, closely followed by Panico, guides it over to Ranzato.
It's a 3v1 because Manuel actually stuck in her own half.
That's
and it's just
really unfortunate. Surely another Simone Ranzato goal. Just trying to determine what has been awarded. I thought it went over for the Italian 7th.
Lopez's seatbelts come undone. I believe, Ranzato's goal.
So, I think they've registered it, and Simone Ranzato, I believe, had the last touch, so we'll put it on for now. Own goal. So I think...
Reliably informed by Nico. It was an own goal.
It was an own goal, I believe, for Christoph Lopez. So let's just get confirmation of that before we signify the half-time break, which has just been signalled by Nordin Subovic. So there's confirmation of that own goal and the half-time break, respectively. A good half for Italy, experimenting with regards to their lineup. I could very much presume that they're going to alter and change completely. I can see Marco Ferrazza being stripped of the captain's armband and that being adorned on the arm of Gabriele Mindru. So we'll see. Really exciting to see what they can experiment with. Arini Infantino in goal.
I think they're just going to completely switch the starting lineups and just go with the other four.
Yeah, we may have a shortened half-time break due to the delayed kickoff, the complication with Gwendal Del Place's chair.
I'm not quite sure. Italians just warming up again.
Well, as I said, Ferraz has been stripped of the armband, so I think they're going to start with a completely different four to that finished the first half, or certainly that's how it's appearing. We're yet to have confirmation. Let's just get their squads up, just for your reference once again.
I just say it's very weird. You don't have any half-time team talk unless it's just completely pre-planned, regardless of what the score was.
That's very much a possibility. They knew what they was coming up against in Switzerland, yet to score in this competition, yet to register any points. So the fact that they scored 7 goals in that first half and have that wide goal margin means that they probably had the luxury almost of having that pre-planned game plan. I can see Gabriele Mindru with the captain's armband, Infantino in the goalkeeper jersey, Zoggia at the back, but all the Italians currently on the court warming up.
It's very odd. They must have discussed this pre-game and said, right, this is our plan.
It's certainly an interesting approach, but we've had it emphasised due to us questioning certain classification rules and obviously the altercation, the adjustment needed to Gwendal Del Place's chair with him having a fat tyre, and the grace of the Italian coaches who allow him to have it pumped up. This is a developmental tournament, almost friendlies to a certain degree, so I think the Italians just want to get as much football in as possible before they head back.
Here it is. Here's the team talk.
To Italy. So Lorenzo Vandelli just ushers his players in now.
I reckon we'll...
Let's have a look at how the current goal scorers stand. We obviously have mentioned Marco Ferrazza and how many goals he currently sits on. But if he is to be substituted, he'll miss out on that top goal scorer achievement. He still would have had to have got 3 within the second half to even be within a shout of it. That's not to mention that the current leader, Carolina Songai, has a game to play, as does Daniel Olek and Efe Can Onanmis. Ranzato made a late claim, scoring 3 in that first half. Unlucky not to get 4, but I think the last one was given as a Christoph Lopez own goal. Switzerland just getting their instructions, their final instructions of the competition from their coaches Giovanni Bernabe and Kelly Dos Santos. can certainly feel the atmosphere building ahead of that final this afternoon.
You say it's essentially friendly, so I don't think there'll be anything friendly about that.
And
Austria-Germany final.
No, and they won't treat it as anything as the such. It will be one of, if not the most competitive fixture across the weekend. I really cannot wait. I think we're both in agreement in terms of when they faced each other in the group stage. It was the game of the tournament, and if we can have 50% of that within our final game of the competition, we're in for a real treat. Wonder if Donatella Soriano will feature.
Be nice for her too.
Yeah, same with Gabriele Zoggia.
Having come all this way and soaking up would be...
Again, similar to the Swiss side, and whoever's could be referred to as being on the periphery of their national squads, just to be here to experience international football, even if it is from the sidelines. It must be incredibly beneficial. And
I was on the sideline for most of Finland, and
tell me it's not the most the most memorable achievement you've ever had.
What, being European champion?
Being European champion.
Absolutely.
Irrelevant of how much game time you got, the experience alone, the atmosphere, being part of a squad.
Being on the bench, you're still as much of a part of the squad as you possibly can.
As you are, you as a developmental player then, on the periphery of the England squad. It's the same case with a lot of these Italian players.
It does look like, yeah, they're lining up beside me here.
Have I got to get 4 changes ready on my
You have indeed.
On my app.
4 changes for the Italian side. Smiles on faces, that's what we love to see.
No, it's brilliant. I'm excited, really excited to see Gabriele Mindru probably starting in the centre. We're yet to have that confirmed, and more Infantino in the goalkeeper position. Seeing what if they. I doubt Italy will get many goal kicks. It's a shame they're utilising that in a game where Switzerland will struggle to break the press and get into the Italian half, but we will see what they can do. So let me line up the subs.
It's going to turn into the M25 on rush hour traffic.
Yeah, so coming on, we've got Arini Infantino coming on for Luca McCurdy. Just a straight swap of goalkeepers. Confirmation on your screen. Second substitution sees Gabriele Zoggia coming on for Simone Ranzato. Confirmation on your screen. The third substitution sees Donatella Soriano coming on for Marco Ferraza. And the final substitution for Italy sees Gabriele Mindru come on for the outward bound Martina Latina. So, second half underway. Mindru occupying that central role. Zoggia and Soriano on the wings, high up the court. Risky play from Switzerland here. You can tell, I think they're just going, they're trying to attack Italy, probably just to register a consolation goal. I think they would take huge worth from that if they managed to register just one. Great pass from Mindru over to Soriano. Sensible to pick off back to the captain. Mindru gets around the right side of Panico, fired off the front of the number 8's chair. Here we go. Infantino coming up to take this dead ball from the sideline. Keep an eye on Soriano, diagonal far on the right-hand side. Let's see if she can fire it over to her winger. This fantastic technique that she's adopted. Look at that pass. Soriano couldn't quite get the time in to attempt an effort on goal. Candel Plas counter. He can't. Dispossessed by Gabriele Mindru. Over to Soriano. 2 square. And it goes out for a Switzerland ball.
noise and atmosphere is definitely building.
Yep. Make sure you don't miss the EPFA Four Nations 2023 final, scheduled for 3:45 Central European Summertime between Germany and Austria. Mindru, 2-on-1 surely. Advantage allowed by Nordin Subovic. Mindru trying to find the gap between Lopez and Rat. He does, but it ricochets off the left-hand post. Very fortunate for the Swiss defence. Nearly 8-0. If that's what the Germans are like when they're watching Italy and Switzerland, I cannot even imagine what it's going to sound like when they're in the final of a hosted tournament.
Bit of 4-out play from Italy now.
Zogia.
Too close.
Yeah, it's always the risk. Always the risk. But exciting nonetheless.
The Italians know they've got this game wrapped up. They could just try and experiment. Different ways of playing. As Rat tries to fire that over to Del Platz. Try again now, Mindru. Soriano. Be careful of that 2-on-1. Mindru sweeping up.
Does well, doesn't he? Sweep round the back of Del Platz to keep it in play. He's going to try and flick it back to Soriano, which he does, but I don't think she's quite prepared to receive that ball once again. If she maintained her position in reverse, it opens up the whole court to her. But that's an experience thing. That's a technique which is much easier said than done. Thank you to all that are tuning in across Europe, both to this game and all the others that we've had the privilege of commentated on at the EPFA Four Nations 2023.
Another 3 in the box. Mindru just pushing Del Platz into the box there, giving away the foul.
Yeah, very savvy from the stand-in Italian captain, and Infantino. Look how deep the Italian four are. All within that final third almost of Switzerland. If they can generate the power, and actually surely Italy's 8th goal here. Zogia.
Should be on the post, on the post.
Back to Mindru.
Referee.
I don't think he'd quite signified that he was ready for Infantino to take, so she'll get another chance. If they're going to adopt that same approach, it's going to go over to Mindru, let it run across the face of his chair, and probably a 180 shot. Let's see if they do the same. Panico there to try and put some pressure on. All the way over to Zogia, pick off, back to the edge of the box, right technique, and now a chance for Switzerland to register their first goal. Infantino does it incredibly well to just sweep round Del Platz and dispossess. Otherwise, that was surely Switzerland's first goal of the competition.
Yeah, 2-on-1 between. Oh, that was. Yeah. I can't work out if that was between Lopez and Rats or Rats and Del Platz.
Del Platz is too deep, surely.
No, I think the ball was outside the box this time, so maybe another harsh 2-on-1. This will be, this time, leaving someone back. Italy wary of not wanting to concede. Only conceded just the 1 goal this tournament. This will be Infantino winding up for Mindru. Little touch, saved by Rats on the line.
That's a real asset to the Italian side, her dead ball hit. She hasn't missed many this competition. She finds the accuracy and the power on most of them. A very unique technique, as you said earlier today, I think. It's something you used to see in older variations of the power chairs adapted for power chair football. Once again, fired high over Emmanuel Ratz.
He's just chipped the keeper.
Yeah, it's an impressive trait. It won't count. Too much height on the ball. So play will resume with a set ball, and a very dangerous set ball at that. A great chance for Mindru to try and get the better of Emmanuel Ratz. He has Zogia in support to his left. Soriano now on the right-hand wing. Just under 27 minutes gone. Italy 7. Switzerland 0.
just a little bit too aggressive from Gabriel Mindru there. It'll be a free kick to Switzerland. I still can't get over the chip of the goalkeeper. We've seen it all.
This is bad. I should probably know this, but am I correct in saying it finished 7-0 at half-time?
Yeah. Yes.
So Switzerland have been far better with regards to their defensive approach in this second, irrelevant of the fact that the Azzurri have changed all 4 outfield players. They possess talent. You can see that. We've seen that with Mindru and Infantino across the tournament. We haven't had the chance to look at Soriano or Zoggia too much, but the future is definitely bright for Italy. I'm excited to see what they can achieve in the years to come.
Sorry, what was that?
Yeah.
The atmosphere has been ramped up once more. The Italians and, well, it's the Germans who are trying to help create an atmosphere here. Mindru. This is ball wedged between Razza and Lopez on the Swiss line. He's got Soriano to his right. Can he maybe find a pass to the winger? Lines it up. Tries a shot. And again, just wide of that near post.
One thing I thought we would see, which we haven't too much, is that dribbling ability that Gabriele Mindru has demonstrated. It's more of a technique or tactic that you adopt when you're playing a more counter-attacking style of play, dribbling it out of your half into the oppositions. And Switzerland, barring that chance from Del Plas, which was swept up by Infantino, I don't think Switzerland have yet entered the Italy half. A chance to do so here as Gwendal Del Plas fires it straight as an arrow down the line, out of play. 11 minutes remaining. It looks like Italy will secure third in the EPFA Four Nations 2023.
A rare Italian goal kick.
Yeah, this is what I wanted to see, an Infantino goal kick. Watch out for Zoggia here. If Mindru can draw Panico away from that central channel, I could imagine Zoggia and or Soriano capitalising on a powered goal kick. I'd be disappointed if this didn't get fired into the Switzerland half.
Ratz and Lopez are in their own box from an Italian goal kick. The space down the middle.
It's exactly what I'm talking about. Again, it would have been nice to see Soriano on that wing, but Zoggia was very central, so could have been very easily being awarded as a 2-on-1. Had play continued, they've come out well in the end. I just cite that example, and that goal kick from Infantino has been such an incredible asset. Ricochet into the left-hand post, and he's going to try and squeeze it over the line. Gabriel Mindru.
Well recovered by Lopez.
Yeah, but he's going to dribble round the left-hand side of the 2 Switzerland defenders. And Gabriel Mindru scores his first of the game. Switzerland's 8th.
One thing you would say, the goal kick was very nice, but one thing the Swiss will have to develop quickly is why they are leaving their goalkeeper and the defender in their own box when Italy have a goal kick up this end. There's space in the middle for Infantino, who we know has the power just to immediately get it right back up the other end of the court. It's something that will be next to be developed.
Contact between Mindru and Del Plas, allowed to continue from the referee. I think he's going to give advantage to the Italians. He's going to flick it to Soriano. He's certainly shaped up to do so. Zoggia occupying the space on the edge. Del Plas back to defend. Has to be careful of that 3 in the box infringement. Can't encroach too much further to his left. Soriano to Falaza on the edge, but not before the referee, Nordin Sipovic, awarded a 2-on-1 in favour of Switzerland.
One thing I will say, you have to give this Swiss team credit for carrying on and persevering.
Resilience, absolutely.
It's not been an easy tournament for them at all. not registering a single point or a goal, but they have carried on with smiles on faces. Drew just can't quite find Zodger on this left-hand side. They will come again, Switzerland. The only way is up.
Emmanuel Ratz. I will say her dead balls have been far better as the tournament's progressed. Just trapped, unfortunately, by the side of Panico's chair, gifting possession back to the Italians. Just took a nick off the front of Panico's chair into the box of Switzerland. Flicked back to Mindru on the edge. Over to Soriano, chasing her first goal of the competition and game, respectively.
Just unable to reverse and then drive forward quick enough to get the end of that pass from Mindru. I think that's what. I think a Soriano goal is what the Italians are craving.
Yeah.
Zodger on this left-hand side. Can Mindru find him? Pass back into Mindru. Back to Zodger. It's great passing.
Brilliant
Ball
work.
cross blocked by Ratz. Picked up again. Mindru waiting on the edge of the box. It was excellent passing from the Italian side there. Almost carving through that Swiss defence. Finding holes in that Swiss defence like Swiss cheese. To Mindru, lines up the 180. Straight through! The gap between Lopez and Ratz for his second of the game. You saw that was that second phase, not giving up after the first passing phase. Didn't quite come to fruition. And they now get their 9th goal of the game. As Gabriele Panico needs adjusting in his chair once again.
Let's just have a look at them top goal scorers again. Obviously the table redundant now. We have our placing games. This our penultimate game with only 5.5 minutes remaining. Italy will secure third in the final placings, but cannot wait for the final fixture of the day, the EPFA Four Nations 2023 finale between hosts Germany. For all of those just tuning in, we're in the sunny city of Munich, and they'll have every expectation of putting on a show for their fans.
Gabriele Mindru's first 2 goals in the tournament.
Yep, seen him enter the top 8.
It's all just.
It's been a lot to take for this Swiss side. I think they've worn their heart on their sleeve, and it's just it's a lot to process. Incredibly challenging, the difficulties they've had on and off the court over the last year or so. So
yeah, I've said this many times. We're all here to enjoy ourselves, and it can be very difficult to do that when you've conceded the amount of goals that Switzerland have, especially when you are the goalkeeper. But like I said, they will come again. This is all a great learning experience.
yeah, absolutely.
This is the best way to learn, is through matches and tournaments like this. Grendel Del Blas is 5 metres away. Absolutely fine to try and read that one there. Is
what a pass.
You took the words right out of my mouth.
I wish we said it at the same time, Greg, because that was arguably one of the passes of the tournament, and if they could have generated an opportunity as a direct result of that splitting Gabriele Mindru pass, again a shout for the goal of the tournament if it goes in.
Oh,
Taken quickly by Manuel Rats, just drawn back by Nordin Subovic.
He did very well to try and calm down Manuel Rats after that last call.
I think Nordin Subovic is a very competent referee. Travelling to the World Cup, the 2023 EPFA Power Chair Football World Cup later this year, alongside the man to my left, Nico Balin.
Some sun down under.
Carolyn Bean, our assistant referee on this left-hand side, another of the travelling referees. So great to see the development of referees across the European zone.
That got the Nico thumbs up, seal of approval.
I'm sure he'll give me the seal of approval to give full credit to Steve Baxter in the work that he did to create the foundations for what you're seeing here in the match officials for this competition. Emmanuel Rats, final 2 minutes. Panico just gets the better of Mindru. Infantino called into defensive duties. 2 Swiss players coming onto the same ball within centimetres of one another. Now Italy allowed to counter with that sensible advantage from Nordin Subovic.
Great advantage.
Yeah, it's brilliant to see. There's no reason why Italy should be punished, because the positional awareness of the opposition isn't within the laws of the game.
Mindru, as Zoggia needs to get forward a little bit just to offer some support. Front bumper, not quite catching that properly. He's got away with it. It'll come to Mindru.
Zoggia needs to be careful of his positioning with the captain, Gabriel Mindru, very close to one another. I think he's going to blow.
What a ball.
Oh, that was very nearly some hefty contact between Infantino and Christoph Lopez. Again, final minute.
A brilliant pass from Zoggia there, though. Split the gap.
I think if it had maintained in play, Nordin Subovic would have blown a 2-on-1 in favour of Switzerland anyway. We'll never know.
30 seconds left. Play of the match?
Difficult one. I was just thinking about this because Italy experimented so drastically at half-time. But obviously
do we allow you to give 2? 1 for each half, maybe?
Very potentially. In this half, it's hard to look past the man in possession at the moment. Gabriel Mindru has been very impressive throughout Italy's games across the tournament. I think he's occupied each of the 3 varied positions within power chair football, being a goalkeeper, central player and wide winger. So certainly with respect to the second half, Mindru, the first, obviously Simone Ranzato registering a number of goals, but it typically tends to always be spearheaded by their captain Marco Ferrazza. I think he was in the team of the tournament for the EPFA Cup 2022 last year. And Nordin Subovic blows the whistle for full time. It's going to finish Italy 9, Switzerland 0. Commiserations to Switzerland. I hope they take some positives from this challenging tournament, but it's all a learning experience nonetheless. Congratulations to Italy. They'll be happy with a 3rd place finish because it's the least they deserve, but they had the quality across the competition to really fight the teams at the very top. So full credit to them. You're seeing the development before you with regards to the Italian national side.
Oh, this is the Italian national team fans chanting for Switzerland. I've mentioned the spirit of power chair football and the community. That is what you love to see. The fair play from the Italians has been
across the tournament, not just in that instance. An incredible nation. But the support they have off the court is just as admirable as the support they have on it. A fantastic coaching setup and players. The future looks bright for the Azzurri.
Here we go.
We'll just take the graphics
for
off
one
the screen.
last time.
You'll see
they're going to let the Swiss do it. They're going to let the Swiss do it, I believe.
Italians gather. Yeah, that's brilliant. Great to see. Really is great to see.
I love these Italian fans.
Can you imagine when if they qualify for Euros or World Cup, if this is what they bring to a friendly competition, so to speak, in inverted commas, what they'll bring to a proper, fully fledged competitive tournament. They showed it in Geneva last year at their first ever competitive tournament, but you can see their support growing exponentially.
You know what I want?
Go on.
Italy, France.
Maybe a France development side at the moment.
But I mean, okay. I mean, for the fan experience, the French fans are very vocal. These Italian fans are extremely vocal, as we said. Their support has been sensational. The atmosphere they've created have been incredible. I can't sound like a broken record, but
oh no, it's worth noting. Almost cliche, but they've been the 5th player for Italy across this tournament. So, no, a shame that is the last time we get to witness them here in Munich. Next up, scheduled for around 45 minutes time. I'm not sure if that will be delayed slightly. I think we're going to try and stick to schedule.
It's finale time, Ryan.
EPFA 4 Nations 2023 finale between Germany and Austria. Do not miss it. Thank you to all that have joined us. Join myself and Mr. Greg Baxter shortly for our last game. Then I'll settle.
You nervous?
Nah. Hello everyone and welcome to the finale of the EPFA Four Nations 2023 hosted in Munich, Germany. It's been quite a journey up until this point. We've seen the countries of Germany, Austria, Italy and Switzerland all competing with one another in a bid to become champions of this centralised region within Europe. Full credit to the European Powerchair Football Association for the work they've done to deliver this tournament, our host Germany, in what they've done to host us at this incredible venue on the outskirts of Germany, of Munich, sorry. But a brilliant competition overall. Just to introduce you to my co-commentator for the final time this weekend before we discuss what's happened over the last day or so. Once again, European champion Greg Baxter, how are you?
Once more he gets it in there.
Last time.
Absolutely fine. Willkommen zum Finale. Welcome to the final. The atmosphere is building.
It certainly is.
And I am very much looking forward to what should be a great game to finish off what has been a great tournament this weekend.
No, I really do agree. We've had the privilege of commentating on all of the games thus far, 7 up until this point. So there was initial round robin or group stage which saw all the countries face every other competing team at least once. Germany drew 2-2 with Austria to open proceedings, and that almost seems a long time ago now, but it was only yesterday morning. They now meet in the highly anticipated final of the EPFA Four Nations, and really can't call it. Incredibly competitive. The competition's been throughout. Commiserations to Switzerland, who have struggled, but them aside, all of Italy, Austria and Germany could have staked a claim to be in this final, if not to be the eventual champions. But we're ready. I can see the teams gathering to our right. We'll go through the squads quickly before I give a brief word about our sponsor. And then myself and Mr. Baxter will bring you live coverage of the EPFA Four Nations final. So, to go through the Germany squad, Greg?
What's my best German? So, for the hosts in the final this afternoon, Germany have number 7, Felicitas Fischer, number 8, and captain Marco Roman, 9, Efe Can Onanmis, 10, Acacio Cossa, 12, Ludwig Leinweber, 13, Romy Pochka, 14, Johannes Koch, and 55, Daniel Oleg. They're coached by Nuri Onanmis and Kay Roman and Ryan, their Austrian opponents.
Absolutely. So the Austrians squad goes as follows. Number 1, Arthur Wollmann. Number 2, Winfried Zwanziger. Number 4, current top goal scorer of the EPFA Four Nations 2023, Carolina Schongai. Number 5, Moritz Ziegner. Number 6, Jakob Schriefel, who's back following a suspension of Austria's last group game against Switzerland. Number 8, Michael Kiefler. Number 10, Ilias Jusic. And number 11, Henry Ziegner, their coach, the ever impressive, ever animated Leo Vasili. I hope our cameras can pan onto him at some point throughout the game. You can see how much of a character and enigma he is for the Powerchair football game, certainly within Europe, if not the world. The teams are lining up to our right, and we'll shortly get underway for this final fixture. myself and Greg have been talking off air. We cannot wait. When the two teams met in the group stage, the first game yesterday morning at 10:15, we thought Germany had it in the bag. They started the game incredibly strong, registering 2 goals, 2 from FA Can Onan miss, but Austria adapted accordingly and were the better side in the second, scoring 2, and could have almost won the game. We've been very, trying to think the best way to describe it, but very perplexed by the varied lineups and tactics adopted by the Austrians. They've got a lot of talented players. So even to this point, we could probably predict the German team. The Austrians, on the other hand, certainly with the reintroduction of their captain Jakob Schreifel, I don't know how they're going to line up, and that could play a key role into how they perform within this game. Wouldn't you agree?
Absolutely. I will reserve any sort of prediction until I know which 4 will take to the court first for Austria.
Yeah.
Their squad depth this tournament has been exceptional.
Yeah, it really has. Just prior to the game, we will observe the national anthem, starting with Germany, followed by Austria. So we'll keep on stream, but we will stand to observe them.
Oh, those of us who can, right?
Apologies, Greg.
Oh. That's it, you cancelled. I'll carry the rest of the final.
Just a quick word from one of our sponsors, BVS Bayern, the Disabled and Rehabilitation Sports Association Bavaria, which is an organisation based here in Bavaria, Germany, dedicated to promoting and supporting sports activities for people with disabilities and those undergoing rehabilitation. BVS Bayern play a significant role in fostering inclusion, enhancing physical well-being and improving the overall quality of life for individuals with disability. Huge thank you to them for the support they provided for this tournament. As our match officials in the central referee Millie Bean and assistant referees Carolyn Bean, Gerrit Weiland, fourth official in Nordin Subovic, lead the teams onto the field. Let's remove the graphics so you can observe them coming on, and then we'll have the national anthems. If you didn't know already, you unfortunately have myself, Ryan Sipple and Greg Baxter providing commentary for this final game, and I just don't know how to call it. Really, really excited for this one, and if it's as good as their initial meeting in the group stages, we're in for a treat, as are all of you. So Germany lining up on the left, Austria to the right, our match officials in the centre. If it didn't need explaining already, Germany adorning the bright white kit, their goalkeepers in blue, Austria in red, goalkeepers in purple. We'll now take a pause to observe the national anthem, starting with Germany, followed by Austria. Now for the national anthem of their challengers, Austria. That's the formalities done. Let's get some competitive football going.
Two impeccably well observed national anthems.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got our Austrian fans to our left, German to our right, and we are ready to get things underway for this final game between Germany and Austria. Just confirmation of that game on your screens. We'll strive to bring you all of the action.
Same again as I did in the previous game between Italy and Switzerland. Notice Cassio Costa, number 10, adorning that goalkeeper jersey for Germany. He has worn before once in this tournament.
I think that Romy Puch is going to start in goal. That's been kind of the Germans' pick for their more competitive fixtures in this tournament. Likewise with Austria opting to choose Jakob Schreifel as opposed to Arthur Vollmann. But as we look across us here, there's talent everywhere you look. Particular mentions, as we say, Carolina Songai on your far top right-hand corner, currently obstructed by the graphic current top goal scorer. We've got Henry Ziegner, who's very animated, has shown his quality. Ilyash Jusic stepped up in the absence of his captain, Jakob Schreifel, following that suspension. Arthur Vollmann and Winfried Zwanziger, Moritz Ziegner and Michael Kiefler all playing and contributing to the Austrian success up until this point. Likewise with the Germans, Romy Puch and Cassio Costa. They're adorning the goalkeeper jerseys currently, but both have played roles in varied positions. Marco Rollman, arguably the standout player for the hosts. And they've got goals. If I can show you the current top goal scorer chart, you'll clearly see that a number of them have registered goals to stake a claim to be top goal scorer. Currently, Danny Olek and Efe Can Onanmis sit 3 behind Carolina Songai in the standings. Marco Rollman a bit lower down with 3 finishes. Worth noting, 8 goals in 1 game for Carolina Songai. She had a hat-trick against Switzerland within 2 minutes of the start of the game. Incredibly impressive feat for the Austrian number 4.
Still wait to see what this Austrian starting lineup will be.
It's been a mystery to us throughout the tournament. If I was to predict it, I'm thinking they're going to go as they have for a lot of their other competitive games. Winfried Zwanziger, the number 2, currently between the goalposts, will probably start the game. Jakob Schreifel in the centre, or despite adorning the goalkeeper jersey, will play that pivotal role in contributing in attacking and defensive phases of play. Ilyash Jusic surely will start. And then it's a choice between Carolina Songai and Henry Ziegner as to who starts. Okay,
swap of
I think that for the first time this competition, across the 8 games that we've had, or this being the 8th, Austria have opted to switch sides. So Austria looking like they'll be shooting from left to right, Germany from right to left.
Clearly the wind is blowing stronger in one direction in this hall than the other. Whoever chose to swap, you could argue, in the second half, they will be shooting towards the end that has their fans behind.
Okay, so, yeah. What we've now acknowledged is the 4 players for Germany have all but presented themselves.
I know my stuff, Ryan. Cassio Costa in goal for the Germans.
Yeah, looks like he's starting. He's been impressive, but hasn't necessarily been utilised in that most defensive role. Daniel Olek in the side, been impressive. Nico F8 Can Onanmis back in the starting four, having not featured in their last group game against Italy. As was mentioned, the ever-present Marco Roman in the centre. And very interestingly for Austria, for the first time this tournament, I think they're opting to start Michael Kiefler, Jakob Schreifel in front with Henry Ziegner and Ilias Jusic either side.
This is the starting lineup I've been wanting to see, but I feel it's rather harsh.
On Zwanziger?
No, potentially, but on Carolina Songai, who is our top goal scorer.
Agreed, but she's got a 3-goal cushion, and I have no question she will feature. We spoke about how effective the Austrians were capitalising on kind of fatigue later in the second half.
Here we go.
Millie Bean blows her whistle to get things underway. Immediate pressure from Marco Roman, getting 3 players up the field of play. Met by Jakob Schreifel. I wonder how seamlessly he will slot into proceedings, having missed the last game through suspension. Daniel Olek trying to force a way round the Austrian captain. It goes out for a German corner early on. Thank you to all that are joining us across our YouTube stream. We hope you've enjoyed the games thus far, but this is the big one, the finale. And I don't know how to call it.
Strap in, get the popcorn. This should bring fireworks.
Daniel Olek to take, fired into the box, cleared by Michael Kiefler. It's going to be a second successive corner kick. He has the option of Marco Roman on the edge, but he's closely marked by Ilias Jusic. Fakan Onanmis, the scorer of 5 goals at the back post. Marco Roman guides it over to Fakan Onanmis, blocked by Michael Kiefler. Didn't quite get the timing on that shot to put it on target, but great early pressure from our hosts, who are looking to assert their dominance and authority early on.
What a chance.
Really was.
They're looking for those. Great play from Germany, trying to play back to the goalkeeper, Akasia Kosso. It's kind of backfired now because Austria breaking down the court to the 3v2.
Roman switches play. Fakan Onanmis can't quite find Daniel Olek on the right-hand wing because Jakob Schreifel cut it out. But already I can tell that as soon as Austria settle into their rhythm, we're going to have some end-to-end stuff. Jusic not quite making the connection to find Henry Ziegner on the left-hand side. I think I'm right in saying, Greg, this is the first time that Austria fielded this starting four.
Yep.
Is that a risky tactic to adopt, having not practiced with it in the competition so far?
As I said, this is the starting lineup as Henry Ziegner goes 1v1 with Akasia Kosso. Marco Roman needs to get back and recover. This is the starting lineup I've been wanting to see from Austria.
Schreifel to Jusic. Gets the better of Roman, just goes down the left-hand wing. Out for a corner kick, I think.
If these opening 3 minutes are anything to go by, we're in for an absolute cracker of a game, right?
Yeah, we really are.
That chance, right, I'm just going to say that chance for Germany from the other corner. You're looking for those players in these big games that are switched on from the first minute, because you never know how many of those chances you're going to get.
Ilias Jusic readying himself to take. Jakob Schreifel hugged by Daniel Olek on the edge of the German box. Into Schreifel, sends it goal bound. A slight ricochet off of Roman's chair. Cassio Cossa has to be alert. The pressure is still there from the Austrian captain, who's going to try and find the space between the two defensive Germans. Jusic just backing off to allow his captain the space to operate. Cossa now with a chance to break. He's going to try and squeeze between the two Austrian chairs of Schreifel and Jusic. I always love it when it's hard to project your voice over the atmosphere here in the sports venue.
What I really like that Akasia Kossa did there as he was driving down the field was he hugged to the right-hand side, which meant Jakob Schreifel, who is wearing the goalkeeper jersey, found it difficult to get back in that box. And that's a poorly taken free kick. But he's got away with it because Daniel Olek
didn't give the 5 metres.
A bit too keen.
Signalled by our referee, Millie Bean. Fast-paced start, opening 4 or so minutes.
Can Schriefel get some better contact on this one?
Schriefel
to Henry Ziegner.
Ziegner that time.
The two captains with their battle there, which Roman will take and accept that kick in. Just telling Efe Kananamis he has got Henry Ziegner parked behind him. Ziegner, a player who plays with such passion and intercepts that ball to Jusic, whose first time shot was straight to the Casio Cossa.
Yeah, Roman now with a chance to break. Quickly met by Jakob Schreifel, a very aggressive player, and I mean that in the best possible way. It worked against him in that fixture against Italy, which saw him receive 2 yellow cards, but that's what makes him effective in breaking up play. Has a nice pick-off from the front of Henry Ziegner, guides it into the top left-hand corner. A chance potentially for Austria to adopt a higher press, preventing Germany from breaking the lines and counter-attacking. Keep an eye on Ilyas Jusic, his positioning will be crucial. Going to try and close down Marco Roman now. Dispossesses Henry Ziegner in a world of space on the right-hand side. If he's able to find him.
Such an open and attacking, expansive start to this final. Just 6 minutes in.
Henry Ziegner surely too close. Advantage allowed by Millie Bean. Eventually she gives the 2-on-1, rightfully so, against Austria.
Marco Roman with this free kick to Daniel Olek. Back to Roman. Trying to find Efe Kananamis on this left-hand side. He has done. Jakob Schriefel doing well just to drive that ball away. Namis leaves it to Roman. Schriefel has got Henry Ziegner in the middle.
Yep.
He's been dispossessed.
Roman's done incredibly well. He's advanced into the Austria box. Michael Kiefler called into defensive duties. Over to Daniel Olek on the right-hand side. An attempted effort just wide of the right-hand post. You can feel the intensity, the speed of the game. Certainly from our perspective, Greg, I think it feels like it's the fastest, most progressive game we've had in the competition so far. You've cited the fact that that goal kick has caused Austria issues throughout the tournament. Keep an eye on them throughout. You've seen Efe Kananamis now regain possession for Germany. Henry Ziegner, fortunate flick. The facial expressions that surely went out of play.
Oh, I thought that had gone out of play, definitely. Henry Ziegner, I've mentioned before, such passion.
Yeah, Efe Kananamis very close to Marco Roman. Back to Roman in the centre, just controls it with the back left wheel. Very aggressive in his dispossessing technique, Henry Ziegner, but is successful on that occasion. Jusic lets it run to Jakob Schriefel. It's almost hard to commentate, such a fast pace. Schreifel, Jusic going to surely look for the diagonal passes, forces an effort at goal. Casio Cossa called to make a save. Daniel Olek does well to trap the ball. Jakob Schriefel there to pressure. Advantage allowed by Millie Bean. Flicked back to Henry Ziegner. Over to Ilyas Jusic. They actually not quite on that pass from Henry Ziegner, but Jakob Schriefel continues the attack.
Great passing in. There's a chance for Jakob Schriefel. Oh,
really well worked opportunity, as you just said, Greg, and it had Jakob Schriefel made connection with that ball and fired it across the face of goal. Ilyas Jusic was there to capitalise. Just under 9 minutes gone. Germany 0, Austria 0.
Both coaches, both teams very vocal, and that is a mishit goal kick from Casio Cossa. Marco Roman reacted very quickly to mop up there.
The German captain did brilliantly, but the pressure still mounting from the Austrian. Ziegner 2-on-1 awarded in favour of Germany. That's the respite they needed following that Acacio Cossa mistake. And that's when we was talking about utilising Cossa in a position he hasn't played too many minutes in within the EPFA Four Nations 2023. Would always come with associated risks. There's a lot of pace on that ball. Jusic would do incredibly well if he kept it in. Potentially could have stayed in reverse, but a lot of pace nonetheless.
Wingers staying in reverse.
It's something I don't think is necessarily caught on in these developing nations.
Both captains again, battling.
Contact allowed.
Ilyas Jusic.
Just got too much contact, just glued to the front of his chair and was flicked out of play. Marco Roman, 10 minutes gone. Well played by Daniel Olek just to get the better of Ilyas Jusic. And he's awarded the eventual kick-in. Marco Roman coming over to take. EPFA Canonom is fairly isolated throughout this first half. An incredible earlier chance, but since then, I think Austria have settled and have arguably been the better of the two sides. But this is what we spoke about, how similarly matched the two are. Certainly when they have the correct attacking formations and starting four. And we're seeing that with Austria. Begs the question why they haven't utilised it in the competition so far, but they're doing it when it matters. As Daniel Olek across the box, blocked by Jakob Schriefel.
Don't know why Jakob Schriefel's come out of the box there. Giving away 2-on-1 far too easy and giving Germany a very good opportunity. Got to be said, these first 11 minutes have absolutely flown by.
They really have. It's just that high speed and intensity that both are putting in. Can they make this last the full 40 minutes? That is the question. Both have options on the bench. We'll run you through them in just a moment. But Marco Roman into Olek, gets the pick off back to his captain, but wasn't quite at the correct orientation or angle for Roman to capitalise or recycle that attack, allowing Ilyas Jusic to regain possession. A chance. Daniel Olek angles his chair accordingly to guide it goal bound. Michael Kiefler, crucial in clearing that off the Austrian goal line.
What a pass. What a pass that was from Marco Roman, and a cheeky effort. And it's all Daniel Olek could do. Just guide it on target. Michael Kiefler, alert to the danger. Both sides enjoying periods of dominance at different points in this first half.
Just a short discussion off the ball between Roman and Daniel Olek. Roman has since positioned his chair in between Ilyas Jusic and Jakob Schriefel. He lets it, I can see the idea, he wanted to try and dummy that and let it run all the way back to his number 9 winger, EPFA Canonom, but just clips the front of his chair, fragmenting that German attack. Ziegner now tried to find Jusic, couldn't quite get the angle. Return pass finds it to the Austrian number 10, and again, it's just that slightest touch and a few seconds difference that can make all the difference between an effective, accurate pass and one that is easily intercepted.
These kickings down the line are not working for Germany. Henry Ziegler's had 3 or 4 now where he's just picked them off. And if Ilyas Jusic would sit up the field a bit more, could get on the field at the end of these and launch many Austrian counter-attacks. So that's a nice pass from Roman. It's down to a Namis, but it's worked out for Henry Ziegler.
I would like to have seen him kind of take possession of that ball. Ilyas Jusic was well marked by the German captain, and now it's EPFA Canonom trying that diagonal cutting pass, misplaces that control, goes back, thankfully out of play for a Germany ball.
It's a little bit like organised chaos. Would you put it up? Would you say?
It's surely got to settle as the game progresses. I'd be impressed if these teams maintain this sort of tempo. Ziegner. And there's an open goal. As Acacio Cossa completely unaware of the control. And it's Henry Ziegner who puts the challengers 1-0 up. 14 minutes in. Really strange mistake made by Cassio Costa. He was so deep, so advanced.
Some blame has to be portioned to the ball from Marco Roman there. Straight to Henry Ziegner. I mentioned it before. These passes have been finding him too often. And now the Germans need to get back into this game. Try and relax. Don't panic. There's plenty of time left. They've had some chances, especially that early one.
They're still playing a risky game, Germany. They're committing their two wingers high and wide in the Austrian half. Look at the position of Jusic and Ziegner. If Streifel can find Jusic, which he does, he's on the edge to receive a return pass. Can't quite make it. Jusic couldn't connect with the 180 spin kick. Daniel Oleg coming back to aid his defence. But Austria in the ascendancy, looking to double their advantage. Jusic now.
He'll take the corner. Germany really need to settle. There was a 2-on-1 there. Referee Millie Bean playing the advantage. Ball just ricocheting off Roman's chair, going out for the corner. Austria really in the ascendancy.
Ilias Jusic to take Jakob Schreif in a lot of space. Flicks it goal bound, cleared off the line by the back wheel of Cassio Costa. Now a chance for Germany to break. Michael Kiefer called into defensive duties in the German half. Has to restrict the movement of FA Kano Namis. Ziegner quick to get back and regain possession. Jusic in support to his left, who he tries to find. Marco Roman quick to intercept. Such fast pace, we say it time and time again. But there hasn't been a moment's rest for either of these nations in the EPFA Four Nations final. Daniel Oleg does well to keep it in play. Roman back to Oleg, good choice. Good flick by Ilias Jusic. Cassio Costa utilising the front of his bumper to try and get it as far up the court as possible. Ziegner with a pass back to Streifel. Hasn't had much involvement in the last 3 or 4 minutes. Jusic into the side of Roman's chair. Good positioning from the German captain. Demonstrates a very credible game understanding, does Marco Roman. And surely any success that Germany have will be spearheaded by the number 8. He's come over to take this kick in on the far right-hand side. Oleg between Streifel and Jusic once again. Into the side of Michael Kiefer's chair.
Trying to catch out that Austrian wall like they did the Italian one.
Exactly that, exactly that. The only difference is the fact that it was Daniel Oleg taking the set piece, but I think Michael Kiefer has probably observed that kind of that technique and that approach from the Germans. So he's leaving no space between himself and that right-hand post. Fortunately for him, comes off the post in that attempt from Marco Roman, going out for an Austria goal kick, which was taken by Jakob Streifel. Very quickly taken. Don't want to see any complacency setting in. FA Kano Namis quick to intercept. Roman meeting the alternate captain, Jakob Streifel, on the edge of the Austrian box, but now dribbled into the half of Germany. 1.5 minutes remaining there or thereabouts, plus any additional time that our referee, Millie Bean, has accrued. A
pulsating first half.
It really has. As you said earlier, it's absolutely flown by. Thank you to all that are tuning in to listen to myself and Greg commentate this last
Radio
game.
EPFA. Great little flick inside from Ilias Jusic.
Ziegner into the side of Roman's chair. You look at the contrast in emotions of Roman and Ziegner. Roman has such an excellent poker face. Picking out these passes are excellent between these two. Just took a crucial clip off the front of Ziegner's chair, but that's what the Germans do so effectively. And a lot of their success across this tournament has come from a number of short, snappy, accurate passes which open up the space for their wingers to exploit. Rollman now back to his goalkeeper, Cassio Costa. Ziegner intercepts. Over to Jusic. Rollman. Olek. Would have liked to have seen him be more forceful in trying to utilise his front bumper there. Back to Rollman. Just got caught up with Efekan Onanmis as a result of his hesitation. But in the final 30 seconds, barring late drama from the German side, it looks like Austria will go into the half-time break with that 1-goal advantage, meaning the Germans will have around 20 minutes to find an answer. Millibee just having a short discussion with Efekan Onanmis. She won't take any too much contact from these players.
You've got to think here, look, 3 Austrian players back, probably on the other edge of the box. Henry Ziegner's the only option.
We've had the regulation 20, so whether they're just trying to work that clock down, game management will play a crucial role in them trying to see this result over the line. Late 2-on-1, 20 seconds into additional time.
I don't think the German risk of putting a Cassio Costa in between the sticks for this final has really paid off the way they were hoping it would.
Not if they're not adopting that kind of 4-out expansive system. When he's a very deep goalkeeper, I think that would have better or benefited Romy Puchmore. But half-time, Germany 0, Austria 1, a single Henry Ziegner goal after not sure what minute, but a great half overall. And can't wait for more of the same in the second. The Germans have a metaphorical mountain to climb. They're going to want to get back into this as soon as possible to leave that lasting legacy in their host nation. The German support has been fantastic over on the right-hand side, and I'm sure they'll want to do them proud if they haven't already. We have to say, for all of these nations, Switzerland, Italy, Austria and Germany have done themselves proud, irrelevant of how or where they've finished in the standings or who will lift the championship at the end. But brilliant overall. But thank you to all that are joining. Myself and Greg, join us shortly for an action-packed second half. Hello everyone and welcome back to the second half of the finale. Myself and Greg Baxter bringing you commentary of Germany versus Austria, currently separated by a single Henry Ziegner strike for Austria. Cannot wait for the second half. Let's just go through them squads quickly, and Greg can talk about kind of the subs that are at the utilisation of Germany should they wish to change it. They have to try and get back in this game somehow. Yep.
So that starting lineup you saw in that first half: Marco Roman, Efe Kananamis, Ocasio Kosa, and Daniel Oleg. Their options on the bench: number 7, Felicitas Fischer; 12, Ludwig Leinweber, who's shown some very promising moments at this tournament.
Yeah.
13, Romy Poch, and 14, Johannes Koch, and their coaches Nuri Onanmis and Kai Roman looking to maybe.
It's looking like they're going to start the second half as they finished the first. We thought it was interesting that they opted to choose Ocasio Kosa as their goalkeeper as we get things underway here in Munich, Germany. 20 minutes remaining. If this is to end in a draw, we will have extra time, which will be contested by 2 10-minute halves. And if it is yet to be separated after that, the EPFA Four Nations 2023 will go to penalties. Roman, great pass to Efe Kananamis, couldn't quite get the timing. Oh, Jusic and Schreifel caught in two minds, thought the other was advancing onto that loose ball.
They were caught in 4 minds there, because Roman and Efe Kananamis were also caught between going for the ball and staying. That's what I like to see though. When they play it down the line, that front bumper from Oleg has to be punchy. Needs more pace on it, so Roman has the time and space to play the pass wide into Efe Kananamis, who on that occasion didn't quite connect with it as well as he would have liked. Bit like Daniel Oleg there.
Exactly what you just said, Greg. You want them pick-offs, them front bumper passes to be punchy, and it wasn't on that occasion. Really commit to it, and I have no doubt that the German coaches in Yuri Ananmis and Kai Roman are relaying that information. You can't see on your screens, but Leo Vasili, the Austrian coach, very animated on the touchline. Good intent from Henry Ziegner. It's worth noting, if you're taking the EPFA Cup 2022, which was in Geneva last year, as your point of reference for how you think these teams will achieve, you need to kind of reset that expectation. Austria struggled in that tournament, finished second bottom, only to Switzerland. Germany finishing third, achieving European qualification, who are on the attack now. Daniel Oleg was present in Geneva, fires it across the box. Efe Kananamis cleared off the line by Michael Kiefler brilliantly, who has been exceptional in this final so far. And Streifel advancing out of his box. I don't think Kiefler on that occasion was quick enough to drop off to allow his captain the space, so 2-on-1 indirect free kick will resume play.
I've stressed it all weekend. Wingers staying in reverse gives you options, and you saw that there. Daniel Oleg, a brilliant 180 ball across, and it was an exceptional save from Michael Kiefler, denying Efe Kananamis his 6th goal of the tournament, and Germany's equaliser. Interesting setup here.
Very interesting. Fired into the box, trying to opt to find Marco Roman, who was trying to angle his chair in such a fashion that any contact from Daniel Oleg could have advanced over the Austrian goal line, but play will resume with an indirect free kick. Michael Kiefler to take, again opting to use that very short, snappy pass into the side of Jakob Schriefel, inviting that immediate pressure from Efe Kananamis and Germany. But a brilliant start to this second half. Exactly how the first finished.
This is the mindset now, the battle of the mindsets, where the psychological sort of battle starts with Austria. You know, you have something to protect, naturally you're going to start playing more safe. Or playing safer, sorry, poor English there. Playing safer football, not wanting to risk losing that advantage that you have, and that should be a 2-on-1 there. And it is between Roman on Anamis.
Yeah, we spoke about the German substitutions and the ones they have at their disposal should they wish to use them in the final. We didn't speak about the Austrians. They have Artur Vollmann, who has impressed myself and Greg across this tournament. Winfried Zwanziger has been a fairly constant presence within the Austrian defence, not utilised in this final game. They also have Moritz Ziegner and the current top goal scorer, Carolina Songai. We were shocked that she wasn't featuring as one of the starting four, but the fact that they have Songai at their disposal to utilise throughout this game as Germany potentially fatigue, she'll no doubt have every ambition of being registered top goal scorer, but no doubt would want Austria to be named champions before that individual accolade. Henry Ziegner into the side of Roman's chair. Streufel tries to just nick it off the back of Roman's chair, and an opportunity for Streufel to try and guide it in that right-hand post, met by a very stubborn Acacio Cossa, who's been untested in the second half thus far.
Needs to try and find a pass if he can. Jakub does break to Ilias Jusic on this left-hand side, who has just lost the ball behind him. And that, fortunately for him, it will go out for an Austrian kick-in. Streufel telling his number 10 to go down the line. Henry Ziegner's in a lot of space as the German fans away to our right try and crank up the atmosphere and get behind their side as they look for an equaliser. Cossa playing that off. Sorry, Ziegner playing that off Cossa. Streufel in there.
It's good pressure from Austria. You can see the attacking work of Streufel, Ziegner and Jusic, and how animated Leo Vasili is on the touchline. Really encouraging his team to be more expansive and take risks. Just took a nick off of the front of Streifel's chair. Well observed by our assistant referee, Carolyn Bean.
Marco Roman now.
Marco Roman. Apologies, just took my headphones off and then rudely interrupted you.
Just can't get the staff these days, right?
No, you can't. Don't worry, it's the last game. You won't have to listen to me in your ears for much longer.
Hallelujah.
Just make sure you're not sitting next to me at dinner tonight.
I'll be in a different restaurant, don't you worry.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you. FA Can and Anmis, three very deep German players. As Roman just evades Ziegner.
Both sides. So battling for supremacy. Ziegner plays a lovely ball through to
over to
Jusic.
Gets the pick off, cleared off the line, or certainly goal bound from Acacio Cossa. The warning signs are there, and I wouldn't want to say it, but surely a second Austrian goal would really harm Germany's chances of getting back into this game.
Well, that's a certainty. A second goal really does give them that, as you said, metaphorical mountain decline.
It just means that Austria can really manage the game out, and whether or not it's pretty or an attractive side of play, as long as they're effective in preventing the Germans from attacking, they will be crowned EPFA Four Nations champions. Henry Ziegner on the edge, attempted effort at goal, cleared. Now 2-on-1 as Daniel Olek tried to guide it over to FA Can Onanmis. There's visible signs of frustration from the German coaches to our right, who recognise how credible a chance that was, and Jusic up the other end nearly could pick out Jakub Streufel unmarked at the left-hand post, but a strong German wall between Acacio Cossa and Marco Roman prevents that from happening.
It's end-to-end football. Germany there nearly on a counter-attack. Ziegner there trying to catch out the gap between Roman and Cossa. Oleg doing a good job to reverse out the way of his captain to avoid the 2-on-1, and as Ron was the outside man, he wins the kick in for his country. 8.5 minutes have gone in this second half.
I was just
where have they gone?
I was just going to say to you, Greg, this is certainly, within my opinion, the highest tempo, most exciting game so far. You expect that from a final, but it's never necessarily a certainty. Some teams can be very pragmatic, defensive, and just try to capitalise on counter-attacks. Neither side here is doing that. They're both fighting fire with fire, but the Germans have just over 10 minutes left to try and source an equaliser. Good interception from Ziegner. Kossa dispossessed by Ziegner. A chance for Ziegner and Jusic in support. Flicked backwards. Streifel over to the number 10. Tries to find the gap into the front of Marco Roman's chair. Not once, not twice, but 3 times.
A lady.
He was waiting for that.
Set up on a plate for me, mate. As Marco Roman now drives.
Good work. Well vacated by Daniel Olek to give his captain the space to operate down this right-hand wing. And a good chance. They've been penned in for a large majority of this second half, Germany. But they're now trying to put a bit of pressure on Streifel and Kiefler in the German goal, in the Austrian goal, sorry. I would be scared for either side to make substitutions. It'd be interesting to see who shows their hand first. Considering the scoreline, it looks like Germany will make a change. I can see Romy Puch adorning one of the goalkeeper jerseys for Germany, readying herself to come on, no doubt, for Acacio Kossa. Roman now with a chance at goal, flicked into the side of Streifel's chair. Jusic has to drop off and have faith in his captain.
Take the wheel, my view is blocked.
I will apologise, actually. I can now see that Michael Kiefler is wearing the captain's armband for Austria. So that means that I think all of Jusic, Kiefler and Streifel have all adorned the captain's armband throughout this tournament. So apologies if I've referred to Streifel as captain throughout this game. Germany have made that first substitution. And it's bringing on Romy Puch for number 10, Acacio Kossa. You should have confirmation of that substitution on your screens now.
Bit of time wasting a little bit early on here. Potentially by Ilias Jusic. Great touch from Jakub Streifel to take it on the inside of Marco Roman. He's got Ilias Jusic there. Great pass back to Jakub Streifel, and Austria can break. Turns inside. Ilias Jusic with that ball. Tries to find Streifel, can't get around it. Ziegner now will pick up the ball, turn Marco Roman inside and drive towards the German box. Great passing movement from Austria.
Really nice option there from Ilias Jusic. Just guide it in the path of Jakub Streifel. An opportunity wasn't necessarily as close as he wanted to be. Couldn't make connection with that 180 spin kick. Goes out for a German goal kick. And after 32 minutes, it still remains Germany 0, Austria 1, single Henry Ziegner goal. A quick pick-off from Ilias Jusic, sends it goal band. That's going to brush the right-hand post. It's still in play. Henry Ziegner quick to maintain the attack for Austria. Efekano Nambis can't quite put it in the path of Daniel Olek. Michael Kiefler committed to it and almost left a huge gaping hole behind him in the Austrian half.
I thought he'd driven past.
It's very similar to how Germany conceded in the first half.
That is the one weakness Germany have had when Romy Puch has been on the field in goal. Those goal kicks have really been picked off by whichever team they've faced.
Yeah, well dropped off by Jusic. Did so in just enough time. Looking over to the Austrian bench, absolutely no movement. They don't want to switch or change this up when they're in the ascendancy. I very much doubt they'll make too many changes unless they are defensive ones in the final 7 minutes. Should Germany score, that would change their approach as Henry Ziegner has an effort at goal, and that was a lot closer than I thought it would initially be. Just wide of that left-hand post. And you have to say Austria are the better side, or certainly have been throughout this first 33 and a half minutes. It will require a moment of magic for Germany to source an equaliser. Jusic driving down this left-hand wing. Romy Puch slightly unaware of the ball's placement. Not before a 2-on-1 awarded in favour of Austria. There's that complacency setting in. They'll be disappointed with that, and a really credible chance for Austria.
Germany have really struggled with their ball contact in this final, which has really not allowed them to get the passing game we've seen from them, especially more yesterday than.
I'm Schreifel, I'm firing it into the side of Roman's chair here. Does just that, didn't quite get the right angle. Chance for Henry Ziegner, brushes the left-hand post once again. That's the second time he's had such good accuracy on that 180 spin kick. And he's been absolutely brilliant this game. He hasn't featured at the start for many of these Austrian group games. And it's too soon, curse of the commentator and all that. But he's been the standout in this final. He picks out.
What have I been telling you, Ryan, this entire weekend?
Full credit to the Austrian number 11.
He is a player.
He's certainly shown up in these 35 minutes of this final. Germany just struggling to find the answer, and an unfortunate own goal from Germany sees Austria double their advantage. I'm not sure who it came off last, but complacency, lack of concentration, that is a bitter pill to swallow for the Germans.
That doubles Austria's lead. Would not be the way that they wanted to.
Let's get confirmation of that. I've had it confirmed. I think it was Marco Roman with the last touch. But
that really should seal it for Austria. As a substitution, number 11, Henry Ziegner.
Oh, full credit. I'll give him a round of applause before I confirm that substitution across your streams. We're going to get top goal scorer Carolina Songai coming on. And as it stands, not only will Austria be crowned EPFA 4 Nations champions, Carolina Songai will be awarded top goal scorer.
I can't really work out how that own goal went in, but regardless, Austria will not care one bit. That should be the goal that secures them the EPFA 4 Nations title. I'd be very amazed, but wouldn't put it past.
That's 2-on-1, surely. Advantage well played by Millie Bean. But I beg the question, Greg. This team has been so effective, shown little to no weakness. Effective in both attacking and defensive phases of play. Why have they left it to the final to field this starting 4? Now they're brought on Carolina Songai. But my God, it was Henry Ziegner good in the 35 or so minutes he featured. Marco Roman now looking to half the deficit. They'd need a goal within the next few seconds if they've got any chance to find a way back into this game. Jakob Schriefel happy to manage the game, keeping it between himself and Marco Roman, restricting FA Can Onanmis from getting possession. Carolina Songai brilliantly picking out Jusic. Can he guide it past?
Yes, he can.
The stationary Romy Puch, and what a goal. Carolina Songai, the diagonal pass across the face of goal. Romy Puch, little she could do to prevent that beautiful flick from Ilyas Jusic going over the line. I was distracted by the animation.
Really impressive jump from Leo Vasiljevic.
Oh, it was. I'm not sure if it was picked up on stream, but it completely caught me by surprise. And Ilyas Jusic makes it Germany 0, Austria 3. Austria are going to be crowned EPFA 4 Nations champions of 2023, and absolutely justifiably as well.
Oh, they've been dominant in this final.
Oh,
we did wonder after that first game of the tournament yesterday morning with that draw. The two sides, the two halves dominated either one.
Where was this Austria side last year in Geneva? With a team like this, they could have competed with Scotland and Belgium, who both finished first and second respectively. Germany secured European Championship qualification, finishing third, beating Spain in the semi-finals. But it just incredible to see. Austria finished 6th out of 7 possible teams. That is not what we're seeing across this weekend.
Germany now taking an opportunity to change not 1, not 2, but 3 players.
Let's get confirmation. It looks like Johannes Koch will be coming on. Marco Roman coming off. We're also having Feli Fischer come on for Germany in her place. F.A. Can Onan Miss.
I think looking at the German bench, Nuri wanted to put the goalkeeper jersey on Marco Roman as a last throw of the dice, but Marco Roman, I think, saying to his coach, you know what, it's done. Yeah. No matter what we do now, it's not working.
And there's confirmation of them change. Cassio Costa back on in that central position, adorning the captain's armband. We've got 30 seconds left, so this isn't going to go to extra time. Austria are going to secure an emphatic victory, and absolutely rightfully so. Absolutely rightfully so. What a brilliant conclusion to what has been a brilliant tournament here in Munich, Germany. A fantastic advert for the sport of power chair football, but more importantly, the development of these nations in the central zone. Jusic with another attempt at goal. Romy Puch has struggled since her introduction, unfortunately for her. And it looks like Carolina Songai will secure top goal scorer as well. Schreifel coming on to meet that, limited by Acacio Costa. We'll get the updated goal scorers at the full-time whistle.
The passion this Austrian side play with, led by Leo Vasily.
I can see Henry Ziegner down the line just imploring his team on, applauding them. A shame that Winfried Zwanziger and Moritz Ziegner are yet to feature in this final game, but they've all played their part into getting Austria here, and they're as much a champion as any of these starting 4 players.
Speaking from experience, being on the bench in the final, you don't care one bit if your side wins.
It's more than just the contributions on the court. The contributions off them are almost as valuable, if not more valuable, than scoring goals. The whole camaraderie and teamwork around these nations.
The whistle is in Billy B's mouth, ready to crown Austria EPFA 4 Nations champions for 2023. He has Lucic. Bit of time wasting. The ball in, blocked by Vistas Fischer. Lucic will be quite happy to keep this in the corner. Soak up whatever time remains. And there is the full-time whistle. Austria are your EPFA 4 Nations champions 2023. A brilliant, emphatic performance. Completely dominating from the first minute. Commiserations must go to our host Germany, who have played some fantastic football.
Oh, they really have. Full credit to them. And it's just a shame that it just started to click for Austria as the final game approached. And we saw signs of that. We kind of prophesied it to a certain degree. We could see the talent in the Austrian side, but they weren't necessarily fielding the correct players to suit the system they were adopting. But wow, it just clicked. They were firing on all cylinders. The man just in front of us now, just advancing to the right, Henry Ziegner. And we're going to say player of the match, surely. Has to go to the number 11, Henry Ziegner.
Easily. You see what it means to the players. I mean, the joy on all of the Austrian faces. Tears for Ludwig Leinweber of Germany. They know what it means to all of them. As now they come over, both sets of players going towards their corners for their fans. Germany rightly getting a rousing round of applause for their efforts this weekend.
Yeah, and on your screens now you can see the Austrian players in front of their fans. Germany are to our right, but full credit to every single player, every team, every coach, every volunteer who's contributed to this fantastic tournament in Munich, Germany. You can see Leo Vasily. Look how animated he is. Just take a moment.
Phil Browder. Oh, Man City. He has waited his entire career for this moment. The passion, I'll say it once more, their transformation from Finland in 2019 to now is meteoric. That rise, the style of football they're trying to play, just incredible, thoroughly deserved.
Yeah, full credit, full credit. What a brilliant conclusion to this tournament. But I suppose I better go and help with the award ceremony. I think the stream will be live. I don't know if you'll have mine and Greg's commentary. So
can we just sit on comms and just...
You're more than welcome.
Or has everyone had enough of my voice?
You're more than welcome to, Mr. Baxter. I think we've earned a nice, relaxing evening. I know you don't drink, so...
We certainly have. So has everyone. Absolutely. It's been away from the football, it's been a fantastic tournament here in Munich.
Yeah.
We've had a brilliant time. It's been a privilege for myself and Ryan to be here. Every single person, whether referee, coach, player, fan, volunteer, hold themselves and hold their heads up high. Now you'll see, getting ready for the trophy presentation. Brian Dick. One last rallying cry from the Germans. Away to my right, you see Brian Dick just giving the trophy a little shine.
It's a very nice trophy at that.
It is, yes.
We're just going to bring the camera down. Let me just have confirmation of that score while they are doing that.
There it is. Austria 3, Germany 0. Austria, your EPFA Four Nations champions for 2023. You will be able to, I believe you'll be able to vote for a team of the tournament, right?
We'll certainly strive to get something up so we can recognise some of the individual performers in the context of their wider teams. If we talk about Italy, they'll be disappointed they weren't in the final. I'm sure they would have thought they could have competed against Austria well. They drew 0-0 in the group stage, and worth noting that Austria were down to 10 men. I'm fine-tuned. I'm fine-tuned to the running game of football, and but a great game.
But it was a different Austria as well.
Anyway, my point being that a number of the Italian players, for instance, Marco Ferrazza, to mention one, Irene Infantino, very effective in the duties that she performed.
Wherever she was.
As well as a number of them German players. Just because they won't be crowned champions doesn't mean they cannot be acknowledged. Marco Roman particularly, not to do a discredit to some of the other players. Obviously, F.A. Kano Nanmis and Daniel Oleg both finished on 5 goals apiece. Deserve credit. Number 12, just to the right of myself and Greg, Ludwig Leinweber, I don't think featured in that final, was very good. In the minutes that he featured, really disappointed for him.
That is the joy and the woe of knockout football, tournament football. In a final, there has to be a winner, and there has to be a loser. There will be joy and there will be despair.
Yeah, they saved their best till last, Austria.
I was crying out for that starting lineup for Austria, and so it proved.
I think they've been listening back to our commentary.
Oh, clearly. So we're just saying all of that is because of us.
A few things that teams have picked up on across the tournament. So if mine and Greg's rubbish has resonated in any way, a real privilege.
That's what we're here for. Our rubbish.
Indeed. Thank you to everyone that's tuned in. Obviously, there's no English-speaking countries present at the EPFA Four Nations. We're obviously still in kind of the developmental phase of ensuring commentary and streaming and communications at these international tournaments as they progress, and we look forward to potential European Championships and Champions Cups. as we did in Geneva. We will strive to ensure there's multi-language commentary to be as inclusive and as accommodating as possible.
Yeah.
You've certainly tried to adopt the German more than I have. But I think we're going to drop off commentary now, Greg. So thank you to everyone that has tuned in across the tournament. Any and all feedback very much welcomed. But let's all join in celebrating and acknowledging the achievements of the EPFA Four Nations champions, Austria.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Hello everyone, and for all of those still tuning in for the award ceremony, we'll get things underway in just a few moments' time. Just want to signify and recognise the achievements of all competing teams, players and coaches at the EPFA 4 Nations 2023. We'll get things underway in just a short moment's time. Ready to get things underway in this award ceremony.
Nuri, is that all your goes there? Yes, you're all ready. Swiss. Yeah. Okay. We're starting left. Ladies and gentlemen, if we could have your attention, please. Just a few minutes. Guys, please. Normally this part would be Donald speaking, but unfortunately Donald's got COVID, so he wasn't able to attend. So he's asked me to say a few words on his behalf. Firstly, I'd like to thank Nuri for arranging the event. So ground staff and all. Thank you for the volunteers you brought in. Thank you for the beautiful food. I must admit, some of the food I ate today and yesterday was really, really good. Really bad for me, but really good. So thank you very much. I'd like to thank the volunteers. Without them, we can't do anything. Referees, of course. You know, love them or hate them, they're here and they're here to stay. So thank you very much. We couldn't do this without the teams here, and we've got 4 very new, fresh teams. We've got the Germans, Austrians, the Italians, and the Swiss. We couldn't get here without your helpers and carers, so for me, that's one of the biggest parts of power chair football, so thank you very much. We have another team behind the scenes you don't really see. You do hear them sometimes. Especially when they're speaking the right language. So thank you. Goes to Greg, to Alex, who's done a lot of the work behind the scenes and taking the photographs, and from Ryan, and especially for Ryan and Natalie. It's both their birthdays today, so happy birthday. So, without... Apparently, I wasn't meant to mention that, but hey, you know. So, along to the award ceremony now. In 4th place, a team who always battle hard, need more players. We'd love to have Switzerland with at least 10 players for a change. But with 4 players, 1 player, this is his first game he's played officially. So it's a big task for them to do, so thank you, Switzerland. give the awards out for fourth place, I'd like to, you've probably seen him walking around the pitch, surveying the situation. He's a very good referee, and I'm sure, if you don't know him, you will get to know him. Nicola, thank you very much. So, just players, please come take your awards.
So just coming forward to receive their medals for their fourth place finish. Number 14, Emmanuel Ratz first up, followed by Gwendo Del Plas, Gabriele Panico and Christoph Lopez. As mentioned by Brian, always battle, always give 100%, and hopefully the country can develop both on and off the court and progress, just as we've seen the other nations here in Munich do this weekend.
And the coaches, please.
The official coaches of Switzerland, Giovanni Bonabe and Kelly Dos Santos.
Thanks everybody, thank you.
That signifies our fourth place team.
Third place, a very vocal team. If they didn't win anything else, they definitely win the best spectators and loudest spectators I think we've ever had. So well done. To present your awards, I'd like to bring Kaz up to bring the awards for the Italian team.
So to go through the Italian team here to receive their third place medals. Number 1, Luca McCurry, presented by Head of European Referees Carolyn Bean. Next up, Martina Latina. As Brian just mentioned, fantastic support throughout the tournament. You're hearing it now as Gabriele Zoggia comes to receive his medal. Next up, number 22, Simone Ranzato, one of Italy's brightest prospects. No doubt will be a key figure in years to come for the Azzurri. Arini Infantino, the Italian number 18, played a big part in their success this weekend. Captain Fantastic, Marco Ferrazza, an incredible player, as is the next player up, Gabriel Mindru. Didn't feature that much, but was present in that third place playoff, Donatella Soriano. And we'll acknowledge their coaches in Lorenzo Vandelli and Carlo Impera.
Okay, we come to the runners-up, who gave the Austrians a torrid time and played some great football during the weekend. Again, they've come from nowhere really to one of the best young teams in Europe. So much pleasure for Natalie to award the trophies to the Germans.
Coming to get the runner-up medals, having finished second, losing the final 3-0 to Austria, but as was mentioned, incredible development over the last few years sees Germany become one of the brightest and most exciting teams in the European zone. First up, Marco Roman. Cassio Cossa, number 10, next up. Number 7, Feli Fischer. Number 14, Johannes Koch. Number 9, very impressive. Across the EPFA Four Nations 2023, FA Can Onanmis. Another extremely bright talent for the German national side. Number 55, Daniel Olek. Number 13, Romy Puchk. Number 12, Ludwig Leinweber. Another very bright talent for the German national side. You can see a number of these players competing in many major European championships in years to come. Their coach, one of the key individuals around this whole competition. A huge congratulations and thank you from us to Nuri Onanmis.
To introduce the winner of this first Four Nation tournament in Europe, and a very big shout out to Austria.
Absolutely, an incredible team worthy of the championship. Continue to grow throughout the tournament and worthy champions. We first welcome what looks like it will be the captain. Number 8, Michael Kiefler, played a key role in that final game, making a number of crucial saves at some crucial times. No doubt will be delighted receiving his gold medal.
Yes, of course.
Arthur Volman, number 1, up next. Could easily sit and talk about all of these players, providing justifications as to why they're champions and why they've done so well. Arthur Volman played his part, as did this player, Henry Ziegner. Both myself and Greg Baxter on commentary gave him player of the match in that final. Incredible player, deserves all the praise he's getting here. Moritz Ziegner up next. The number 10, very impressive. One of the key drivers of success in Austrian power chair football, Ilyas Jusic. Another fundamental player, Jakob Schriefel. Next up, the tournament's top goal scorer. All of her goals coming in one single game. The very impressive number 4, Carolina Songai.
over. If ever you wanted to see somebody with a passion about chair football, Leo's your man. What a Leo.
Leo Vasili getting his medal. An incredible character, as Brian has just mentioned. So I'll drop off commentary now as Austria come in to get the trophy. We'll get some pictures of that.
You happy with him, Alex? Yeah.
You bet. Yes.
Warte.